Good morning. Wokage. Hello. Morning. Good morning. Okay. So, we're gonna be going over
Oh my god,
the evidence.
Pond!
Thank you.
Why does she have to be so fashionable?
We're gonna go over the evidence of this case. I haven't seen any of these interrogation tapes. I haven't seen them on purpose. When I learned that they were even a thing, I purposely avoided everything I could about them. This is like my first time kind of going through them, and I've already watched at least an hour of this. And I had some opinions. I did have some opinions. Now, I'm going to be reacting to this, obviously, as a viewer, but also how I think I will tell you kind of how Pond will probably react to these. And if I make comments, please know that they aren't at the streamers, they are at the characters who are saying this. I know we're watching a VOD, but in RP, this is a recording that has been submitted into evidence. And so this is in the court. So just imagine that this is Pond, okay? Okay, guys? I know we're not lobby, but just imagine this is Pond watching this, okay? If that helps. Okay. They didn't edit them. They actually didn't edit them. Also, in other news, Eurovision just it announced some crazy fucking changes. Those of you who do know, I love Eurovision. It's my favorite thing. They just announced the way that the voting is going to change. So the way it's changing is that before, the people who went into the semi-finals of the Eurovision Song Contest basically were voted on juries. But now it's changing, so it's basically the general public will vote instead of a jury. And the other thing is they're letting the rest of the world vote. So the way it works is that every country can vote. Like the public can vote from every country, and it counts per that country. It's calculated per their population and a bunch of shit. But the way it's going to work now is that the rest of the world will count as like one of those countries. So if you're in America, Canada, any other place that isn't in Europe, you can vote on the Eurovision Song Contest, but you will count as one whole country. It's not the VOD. The votes are based on population, so like they adjust the votes based on the population of a country. It's just more like it's going to make it so very much like viral things will win, if that makes sense. So the only issue with the public vote is that the people who can. Oh my god! Thank you, Anonymous for 22. What the hell? Thank you.
She's in his head.
She's
in his head. She's gonna try to get him to fucking throw the game for himself.
Thank you so much.
Oh my god. She's fucking sick.
Why are you freaking out, Bella? Ooh. But it just basically means that like people are gonna have to make viral songs if they want to get through. I'm gonna be real with you, because if you make a viral song, then you're gonna get voted through. You know, that's basically what's gonna be. And yeah. So people better start fucking talking to those TikTokers how to make a viral song. I want to close the door. All right. I also have coffee on the way, so woohoo! I'll grab that at some point. But like I said, I've watched at least an hour of this, and some of the comments already were like, ooh, ooh, oh, it made me laugh. Pond's view on this right now is that very much for some reason Trelly's the only person treating Lizzie like the criminal that she is. Bundy and fucking Demi are like, oh sweetheart, it's okay, pat pat pat. Literally. You good? You sound like you were crying. Yes, I'm fine. I just woke up. Right? I just have a generally stuffy nose. Oh, yeah, the other big thing was, like, they knew that these guys wanted to blow up, hurt, kidnap, whatever, Pond and Bloom, and have not told any of them. Well, we've got to imagine that we can't see this, because right now, all Pond is listening to is the audio. We can't see any of this. It's a recording device, not like a camera. So, I'm imagining it just like it's an audio tape. Kind of thing. But I'm putting this on for, like, content. Like, yeah. I imagine this is like an audio tape. Alright, let's get back into it. But so far what's happened is pretty much just, like, Lizzie's been like, yeah, I got kidnapped and fucking hurt by these people, but I won't name who they are. But you have a list of 6 names and you can probably guess which one it is. That's been what it's been so far, pretty much. And then Sai and Lizzie being like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck up the person who hurt me and the person they care about, which you clearly know who it is, but you're not gonna warn them that we're gonna do that. So we're just gonna say that we're gonna do it. Okay.
I appreciate that.
You threw me off the vine one time.
Yeah, because you wanted to throw me off. I'm just faster than you.
Yeah, that did
Good
happen.
point.
And
I was kind
called
of
you
luck of the
out.
draw
I'm
right
running
there.
away
Yeah.
from a sexy woman,
Yeah,
but I don't know what she's
every
gonna do to
time I
me.
tell him
I
that
might
he
mute
doesn't deserve you, Lizzie. Every time.
Oh.
I'm like,
I might mute my thingy. Hold on, I'm gonna mute my alerts. Give me 1 second. It says stream elements loads. Then I'll do that. Alright, there we go.
you do not deserve her.
Thank you for
What
13
the
months.
fuck?
Yes.
I like this. Hold on. Well, okay.
Oh.
I was going to say that I think I said there were 4 people involved in hurting me. That is true. None of them are cops. Don't get too excited.
Is it Sai?
No, Sai was not involved in hurting me. Thank fucking God.
I was gonna smother her with a pillow in her sleep.
I kind of could have seen that. I wouldn't have been surprised. I might have been dead, but I wouldn't have been surprised.
When you say involved in hurting you, do you mean physically doing it or just in the room?
I mean, involved at all.
Huh.
God, there were a lot of fucking people in that room.
By the way, if I skip through this, don't get mad. I've been like skipping like 10 to 15 seconds at a time because I get fucking I get tilted at just listening.
But no cops.
If they're just like saying nothing, I skip it.
God, there were a lot of people in that room. It was fucking insane.
Like those people were just there to watch.
Let me tell you, going after cops was a lot easier than going after gang members. I don't know whose fucking idea it was to do that.
Mine.
It was my. Oh yeah, well there you go. Going after Lilith was mine, but yeah, the
Yeah,
gang members
that
thing
was
in
you.
general.
I've got a question.
Yeah, of course.
If I say the name
a great
of the
day,
officer
Kate.
who was involved, would you confirm or deny, or would you just kind of tiptoe around and play the maybe not game?
Ooh, see, the thing is, I've tried to tell a vague story, and now it's kind of probably been. Because I was just hinting, ooh, a cop was involved. Ooh, I was in a cop car. Ooh, he threatened, like all these things. And you know, it sounds kind of bad. And I'm realizing that now. A lot. But so that's my concern here.
What do you mean bad? What's your, what do you, for you, for
for them, to be honest. Look,
Why
there
do you
wa-
care?
Was there a
Why do I
snitch?
care? Because I do still care about the truth to an extent.
Okay.
And although a cop was, well, I think it was Sis trying to turn himself in, it gets a bit fucking fuzzy. Then there was the third individual on a bike that kind of fucked things up and suggested an RPG. He really wanted to kill me. That, I don't really know what changed there. But,
He's also
well, they
being
took me
handled.
away and, oh, good. Yeah, they took me away and into a fucking mountain and RPG'd me. But no, I mentioned I wouldn't say where I was initially tortured. That's still true. I'm not gonna say that. There was a fuck ton of people, but no, there was no cop in the room.
A Pepe laugh.
I feel like that's a relatively important distinction. Although I was choking up blood while being transported. That was a thing.
So you get tortured in unspecified location, and then at some point you
Yes,
wind up in a
unspecified.
police vehicle
Yes.
along with Sis Folker, presumptively.
Oh, he was very
Um,
clear he wanted to turn himself in and get a murder charge. Like, I think he might actually be upset I'm alive.
And then psychotic bike individual joins in. They
Yup.
suggest RPG.
Yeah, I think they just got real excited about murdering me.
They
No.
show up with this
Nuh-uh.
Mad Max energy on their motorcycle.
Oh yeah, yeah. Something
Nuh-uh.
fucking crazy.
Not him thinking psychotic bike versus flu. No
Probably not the
way.
kind he was on. Hey, are there any like puddles maybe in here, like a drain in the floor? I got these gold pans. Is there any way I could-
No.
You could try the
Gold pan and then
yeah,
it
you
goes
might
right.
find juice. Wind up in this police vehicle.
Yeah.
You're taken to a
While he's texting While he's texting Jaeger.
mountainside, I guess
Oh, fuck.
nearby where you wound up
Well,
being found.
The police vehicle was heading to MRPD. That's
Mm.
where, well, I don't know. I threatened some shit, and then a man on a bike pulled up. I know some words were exchanged back and forth while we were heading to MRPD. Man on bike pulls up there, stops us, and is like, "Oh, I want to kill her." And then I don't really. It escalated from there, and I was taken to a fucking mountain.
Okay. I got another question for you. When you arrived at that the farm or whatever the hell it was with the pigs, were you still in that police vehicle?
Let's be honest here, Lizzie.
Not,
That
yeah.
you whatever you say, which I'm hoping is the truth, is not going to be any worse than anything else you said.
Okay, what's great about
I
this?
believe it.
Okay,
So
Yeah,
just
this is-
what's great about this is that I didn't tell you guys the best part. If you haven't watched this VOD or this fucking recording, okay, Lizzie literally says, I want to ruin this person's life. I want to fuck them up. But hey, let's just take Lizzie's word as gospel, and it must be the truth. Even though she just said she wants to fuck this person's life over. And Sai is in the room, who has perjury on his record.
there's nothing. I don't know why you would be hesitant to tell us this.
It's not even that. I don't quite remember. I know we stopped at a house. I'm not fucking saying whose or where or what, but that is where we got the RPG and just left. From there.
Well, I know
In the
now.
cop car.
Crazy.
I now know whose house that was. Because Blue said the other day.
I remember. Ooh, I can't name that. I remember a vehicle. It's a very unique one, so I'm not gonna do that.
Like, all of
but-
this, like, no naming actually kind of helps us because it's just, like, she's not, like, a cooperative witness. At all. Like this whole tape, she's just not being a cooperative witness.
Yep. Yeah.
Mhm.
But no, it does get a bit fuzzy there. But I think it was another very expensive car that got involved.
What time?
God,
7
everyone
p.m.
has fucking tuner
EST.
cars.
It's 7 p.m. EST.
Is that even considered a tuner car? That was like a that thing he has is a monster.
Yeah, 12 and a half
Yeah,
hours.
it's kind of a tuner car.
Yeah,
It's a
he's
fucking
tuner.
midnight
This
for
one,
me,
if it's
bro.
a one of one, it's a fucking tuner car.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Come on.
It kind of got fuzzy at MRPD because everyone was fucking yelling. I know that the
They'll be VODs, Kirby, don't worry.
I'm not quite sure how that changed. I'll be perfectly honest.
Okay. I'm gonna ask the same question I asked before. If I state the name of the officer that was involved in this, are you gonna confirm or deny, or are we gonna fuck around with it and say maybe?
That's a reasonable question, but once again, my concern that
She's constantly dodging
I
questions.
mean, there's some selfish motivations. Yeah, I want to fuck someone up myself, and fuck, they might not have had the biggest part in this, but like I said, going after.
I want to fuck someone up myself, and they might have had the biggest part in this, but let's just continue to take her word.
Gangs hasn't gone too well for me, so fuck it. But at the same time, at the risk of this being blown out of fucking proportion.
Oh, only if she knew.
No, I can't confirm or deny.
How does that change anything? Whether you give us the name or not?
Yeah.
I don't know all the information you have.
Okay.
You think you have everything you need. You might think.
But how does that change whatever you want to do?
Because she says who it is, she has to get up on a stand.
Well, if they get wrapped into getting fired, that's a lot less satisfying.
How is that less satisfying? If they get fired.
She doesn't get to break them
They'll
herself.
probably give up themselves and just cry themselves to sleep in their bed all the time. No,
Okay,
I
but
want them
wait,
to
wait.
feel like they get away with it and then crush every single ounce of hope they have.
Yeah, she wants
Okay,
to
but
crush them to herself.
you guys
like, duh.
want people to be held accountable, and you want us to hold those people accountable.
I
when
never
you,
said that, to be honest.
I'm talking the argument that Sai was giving.
Yeah.
That we want them to be held accountable, especially so that in the future, people will be like, "Oh,
Well, there's a
maybe
reason.
I shouldn't fuck around."
Yeah, look how long that lasted.
Allude to like her,
People
like
and
if
rip
this
them
guy gets
off
fired, it's
and do
easier for
fucked
her
up
to do
stuff.
what she wants.
Shit.
And maybe it's a me thing. I can't speak for other
Look
people.
how long that
I
lasted.
don't even think Sai would agree with me. But I've always felt like people have the right to respond to things. And honestly, that still applies with cops. Don't get me wrong, it can become a
Right,
cycle.
well,
A little bit, just the
don't see
wording
why-
is.
Oh, she made me laugh. She was like, I want to break the cycle at the start. Well, literally 3 days ago, they were actively taunting me and trying to get Pond to like. I was like, yeah. How's that breaking the cycle going?
Their
Different.
life should be ruined, but you
Corruption
I want to break the cycle, but I would also want to attack them.
and like
yeah, yeah, I do. You'd think being
Right.
tortured repeatedly would like make me, I don't know, be like, oh god, this was so terrible. I can't believe.
Being tortured repeatedly. She's victim. Literally victim. Like, I'm the victim.
I've ever done this to someone. No, it just kind of makes me want to up the ante.
Bro, do you know what's really funny? The first phone call I got from Lizzie was like, I got tortured. I'm really, really sorry that I ever did this to you. Then on this recording, she's like, yeah, I got tortured. I should feel sorry that I did this to people, but actually I want to make it worse for them. But she's the victim, guys! She's the victim!
Right, but you see, like it doesn't really. Like, why should I hold people accountable then if you don't? And like, why should I have to like listen to the complaining about them? being held like whether or not people get
Whether I give a name.
Okay. If you want, you're going to crush everything, but no one's going to know how much of a piece of shit this person is. No one's going to know. You're not going to ruin his or their lives. You're going to do nothing.
Where was this attitude when fucking Bass was the reason that everything happened to Pond? Where was this attitude then? Oh wait, it's because Pond didn't fucking die. Oh god, maybe I should have just permanent Pond. Holy fuck.
You understand that, right? If you do it yourself and you privately do this, nothing else happens besides you going to jail. And that person still gets away with what they're doing, and they get to continue to do what they're doing.
Hey, he technically did get away with it, Big L, because I got it.
Not only that, they get to continue doing it to like other people, and then they can keep doing it to you without any repercussions. You know, like that's the thing, right? Is like it's not just you at this point. It's like, who else have they done this to? If they're being so like fucking blatant about it, like
they're being so blatant about it. What?
That's fucked up. That's how I personally see it. But also like psychopath to psychopath.
Are they allowed to just threaten to torture?
Shut up! Shut up, Trinity!
That's fucked up.
Shut up, Trinity!
That's how I personally.
What did you just say?
So like psychopath to psychopath.
Are they allowed to just threaten to torture cops
want to fuck this person
on record?
What? Psychopath to psychopath, I also want to fuck this person up. How does she still have a job when Blue got fired for sending a text? Psychopath to psychopath. But I couldn't have stabbed somebody. Oh, I couldn't have done that. You literally just said you're a psychopath.
But I can't take him up to Mount Chiliad.
We don't have a name of who it is, so it's hard to do a conspiracy.
No, but I'm saying, like, I would love to. Like, but
what?
The way I deal with that, I like the torture room up there.
I'm leaving. This is fucking stupid. What in the fuck is happening here on this day? What is happening? What is happening? You know, because the thing is, all she'll say is like, oh, I was just saying this to get Lizzie to talk. That's what she'll say. She'll say, I was just doing this to get Lizzie to talk. That's what they'll say. So
Have a name.
Rewind.
But it's like,
and re-listen
who
to
else
this.
have they done this to? If they're being so like fucking blatant
God damn
about
it,
it,
Mantis talking.
Like, that's fucked up. That's how I personally see it. But also like psychopath to psychopath.
Are they allowed
like,
to just threaten to torture cops
want to fuck this person
on record?
Up. But I can't take him up to Mount Chiliad.
We don't have a name of who it is, so it's hard to do a conspiracy.
No, but I'm saying like.
But you know who it is. You know who it is. That's a lie. By the way, I wouldn't have had that. But
like, I would love to. Like, but the way I deal with that, I like the torture room up there.
Yeah, that's where I left Lilith. It was great.
Everybody uses it. It's boring.
I know.
I did it
Everyone
because I
also
figured she
uses my
couldn't stumble
basement.
down the mountain while blind. So
Cops are cheering them on.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
know.
even true.
yes, it is. She just
That is
said
the most
yes.
brain dead take in the world. I literally.
Sorry, Mantis, but you have a woman next to you saying, You literally have a woman next to you saying, I'll torture him with you, basically, and he's like, bring the take. She's literally next to him.
Literally just
Upstairs
said
and
she'll
they
go to
have to hear it
jail.
Anyway, though, like I
Yeah.
want my personal vengeance too, and I would really
What-
like your help
What
with
are you
that
listening
because
to?
Oh.
Yeah, I would like to know the same thing, Mantis. What am I listening to?
You
I
have
don't
to
know.
sympathize
I
with
like doing
them.
that kind of shit,
What am I listening to?
but
To fuck him
obviously,
up?
you know, it's my job. I'm not gonna go to those lengths, but I will verbally eviscerate someone in a court of law with my dad because
Okay, Demi literally just admitted. She just said, I can't actually physically kill someone because I'm a cop. That's the only thing that's holding me back, by the way, from being a psychopath, just so you guys know. The only thing that's holding me back from being like a psychopath is the fact that I'm a cop. Like the only thing. So instead, I'm gonna go to a court of law and I'm going to fuck people over, because it's basically the same height as torturing someone for me. But it's not malicious or anything like cruel towards them. It's just me, you know, serving justice. Okay.
that's how we bond.
That's our dad, sis.
That's how we bond, me and my dad, in a court of law fucking over your ex-sister and
You
her
guys are such
boyfriend.
normie psychopaths.
I think.
Fucking
Trust
normies.
me, I would go off the rails.
Thank you, Gopper. Thank you, Gopper.
I think.
How is Copper, who's also slightly crazy and literally has hidden killing people, the one being like, you guys are crazy?
A lot of that has to do with
badge, and I actually respect that, and I don't double dip.
sympathism, right?
Mantis,
Like
shut
being
up.
sympathetic, right?
No.
Because if you think,
Fucking
Trust
normies.
me, I would go off the rails.
I
if
think a
fucking
lot of
could,
that has
but,
to do with.
badge.
She literally just said, I would go off the rails if I didn't have a badge. But she's happy to take a badge from somebody else who would probably also go off the rails if they didn't have it.
And I actually respect that, and I don't double dip.
Sympathism, right?
Can I
Like
borrow
being
your badge?
sympathetic, right?
No.
Because if you
I'll
act
go
like,
around.
hey man,
That's
we
cheating on it.
we believe.
Bro, Mantis talking is annoying me. I just want to hear his.
No one's gonna
Everyone-
report
Hey, man,
you,
yeah,
so
hell
I'll
yeah,
make you the badge
right?
for-
Oh my
Sign.
god. Hell yeah. There you go.
If you're in
All right,
interrogation,
look,
you're trying to sympathize
this
with them,
has
and you're trying to
gone
get them to give a little more.
Far further than I ever intended. To be
Also,
perfectly
I don't
clear
think Jordan
here.
cares anymore. He hasn't said a word in like an hour.
It seems like it. He might just be thinking to himself. But look, I can see that in my attempt
just
to
talked.
not give this entire story.
I feel like Mantis just missed that entire thing of what Demi said because he was too busy talking to chat. He was like, chat, these cops aren't saying that they sympathize while Demi is literally sympathizing. He was too busy getting taunted by a chatter to actually listen to the chatter was right. It was literally happening, like, in front of him.
You guys have jumped to a lot of conclusions here. And it's not that simple at all. So
Yeah, whoever that chatter is can give VIP. Oh god.
at this point, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you who was involved in this. Especially
I
now.
want to ease your mind a little bit.
Yes.
Oh, please do.
I'm not jumping to conclusions, as a matter of fact, based off of
I'm not jumping to conclusions, guys. Oh my god, I feel like I need to play like this over the whole of this tape. Where the fuck is it? That's literally how this whole fucking thing feels.
the information that
Holy
we've already
shit.
gathered, the interviews we've already conducted, and the subpoenas that we've already had granted. Everything that you're saying actually makes sense to a certain degree. Sis was trying to chase down this first-degree murder conviction
Oh, he
for
really
killing
was.
you.
I do remember that.
He actually told me 2 days before it happened, or 1 day before it happened, that in an interrogation room with a recording device sitting in the middle of the table, he said he was going to murder you, and if we found your body, he did it.
My God. Okay. You know, that's kind of hard. I respect
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I respect that a lot.
So that part doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me he would attempt to turn himself into the nearest proximate officer to him, or, you know, let's just say an officer that he was comfortable with and felt comfortable reaching out to. Or maybe even somebody that he thought was dumb enough to just slap him with the charge and move on without investigating further.
I see you wouldn't have been prepared for this anyway.
It also appears
For
based off of the
interrogating,
information
because
in the
you
interviews that
didn't
I
look over
conducted that
any
there
of the
was
records.
a
You have no idea about
break
any of
during
the
that time period
calls,
where you
the
may not
text.
have
You don't have the
been present
timeline.
with
You
that
haven't read
officer.
any of the reports. You're just gonna go in here blindly and do your dumb.
However,
You
it
read
seems
everything.
pretty
I love how easily Mantis gets taunted.
likely that there was a reconvention.
bet.
at some
Right.
point
So
with
you're
that
gonna be there
officer
for the
and
Bloom
interview.
thing
Yeah,
tonight
at a
when we
later
at
point.
the thing we asked you to
Um,
do. Right. You're gonna be there for the Bloom
In
thing.
10 minutes, I'll come pick
I'm
those up.
not.
You're gonna be
trying
there
to say
tonight,
that This
right?
individual was directly responsible for
We got
the
2 C4s
things
we gotta get
that,
after this.
Jesus
Gotcha.
Christ, God damn you.
Hey, you know. Like, one
Um,
super terrorist is dead, so, you know, someone's got to fill the spaces, right?
Yep, that's gonna be me.
That's
Yep.
gonna be Psy.
Yeah.
Is that Meek that he sorted out? Soups. No, Soups. Idiot, you never asked.
Hey, I want
Oh, I don't know if I can go to Sanctum tonight. I have to do this. I put
Yeah,
it
they
off for
didn't catch
3
me for
days
treason,
because of
so I'm-
Academy.
Yeah, same here, actually. You know, I did that while I was on parole, too. That was kind of hilarious.
Oh yeah.
God, I was
SEAL
like
Team Psy.
3 years into my 7 years parole. I'm like, you know, I'll roll this dice. Fuck it.
You know what's funny?
Your
They
joke of
made
a
me sit
sergeant kicked me
outside
out.
in that little,
Delusional
lake
idiot
below the
moron.
bridge.
He did his
And they
hero
just gave
thing
me,
where
like,
he's
an
like,
Bro, them two playing like games against each other is the funniest content ever. I love watching them. Oh god, if they fucking, it's so funny to watch the both of them just get taunted at each other. It's so funny.
I'm walking out.
And a
Just
heat-seeking
like he gave
thing, and then some
himself
other guns.
30
Then
strike
when you
points
guys,
or
like, tried to
25
push
strike
over the
points
bridge,
after he
I was
talked to
the one that
everybody to
took
make
for
himself
sending me out. It was
sound like the
cool.
better man.
Sorry, Yorana, I couldn't hear the fucking tape because I feel like Tyranny's inner thoughts were so taunted that I couldn't hear shit!
Yeah.
But there's a statute of limitations on treason, right? Please say yes.
I have no idea.
Ow.
The Senate just kind of made.
I
that
don't
one
think
up.
I did any
Wow.
of what I
So,
just said
yeah,
then.
anyway, hey, moving on. What were we saying?
Look, I'm not trying to say that this officer gets pinned for directly attempting to murder you or torturing you in that torture
Okay.
room. It
I
seems pretty
genuinely
clear
hope
that
not.
you know, obviously nothing you've told us
Genuinely hope
indicates
not.
that.
Mhm.
What I'm more concerned about is the idea that there may be an officer who is working directly with criminals to help them, whether it be
Did you mean Sam Bass and most of the entirety of High Command who work with criminals?
take the fall so that things aren't properly investigated,
Yeah.
leading to negligent police
That's what I'm saying. Almost a High Command. Bundy's in High
work,
Command.
Yes, T-Rex and
recklessly
out.
endangering yourself by you winding up at a pig farm with animals eating your goddamn flesh, Lizzie.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's fucked. I gotta.
Or-
Bro, she was literally gonna leave Pond, like, with the... That's fucks, by the way, but, you know, I don't think people know that there was a pig when she dumped Pond. But she left her at the bomb.
or by having other communications or contacts that
Yeah, thank you. You're like, yo, it's fucked, by the way, but there was literally, you were like, oh, the pig's here, when you literally took Pond. You literally forgot, didn't you? There was a pig. And you fucking, Lizzie even alluded to it, I'm pretty sure.
led to the death of an officer, because all of this, I promise you, is interconnected.
I love how, like, the only, like, thing is, none of this matters if the cop doesn't die. Like, none of this matters. Like, this could happen again to, like, someone like Pond or any other cop. But it doesn't matter, because if the cop doesn't die, no one cares.
Yeah, I
Just, oh, it's another ICU.
fuck. That's why I so willingly gave the timeline. It's obvious that Ezra wouldn't be dead if it weren't for me.
Yeah. But as you've stated, this entire thing is one fucking tangled snowball of bullshit. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree to that.
I think you've cooperated with us a good deal. I think, you know, obviously I would prefer that you provide the name to us.
Of course. And if I change my mind, you'll be the first person I call not to ready. But yeah, I can't.
What if we
Yo,
changed
yeah, admitted to the Pond torture because it was 72 days at that point or some
our
shit.
line
I mean, we all knew.
after we strangled him with piano wire?
You guys have made about 7 to 8 different threats on Pond and Bloom, and no one has told them to this day. So I've been like, I'm gonna blow them up, piano wire, gonna find them and kill them. The guy with the RPGs being handled, who they think is Bloom, by the way, because he's an RPG and a bike. I'm gonna go after the person that this person loves, and I'm gonna attack them. But hey, on God, I wish that you guys had attacked Pond. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, I wish you had attacked Pond. And specifically stated that it was for this. Because can you imagine? I would be running to a docket and slapping this as evidence. And I'm getting all these people for accessory for not saying shit.
I could just kind of let you know when I've got, you know, the corpse of a cop and be like, hey,
Okay, look,
you know, prosecute this.
You
and
guys,
this.
we are not.
You got bribed not to?
God damn you. Okay, two things. One, don't be strangling cops with piano wire. Whether they're, we have a
It'll just cut
procedure in.
through.
1, 2, 3, not
Oh, it'll just cut through. Not. That's a really bad thing. Nope, that'll just cut through them. That's why you
Won't
should
even
do it.
strangle them.
Quick too. Yeah, I don't know
Jesus.
about that.
Wouldn't be much of a
Okay.
strangle, honestly.
Beyond the practical
the
problems, we also are
Why is this
presenting you
woman
a
still
clear
employed?
opportunity
She's a literal serial
to
killer.
handle this completely goddamn legally. So that's the option that you should go with.
Okay, well,
And
do you know me?
Neither of us are gonna handle any.
Presenting
Oh,
you
I
a
didn't hear
clear
that.
opportunity to handle this completely goddamn legally. So that's the option that you should go with.
Okay, well,
And
do you know me?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you know the two people sitting in front of you handled it legally? Handled it legally.
Neither of us are gonna handle anything.
Have you heard the shit
legally.
I've been saying in here and I've admitted to and said that
God,
I'm
I
going to
traffic
do? I'm
guns
kind of
and
amazed that I'm
drugs.
not being arrested here.
Yes, I am too, Lizzie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
this is-
God,
this
I'm
is
going
wild.
to a
Well,
literal bomb deal after I leave here. What do you mean?
That's-
But it's okay. He adopted them a month later.
Yeah,
We
I'm
could
going-
arrest you.
I'm
We
going
could.
off duty after this. so-
I'll just do it tomorrow. Then it's fine.
We could arrest you for this, but
For what?
for you conspiring to kill a cop.
Oh, let's say.
Lizzie-
No, it's all circumstantial. You don't have a name.
Yep.
Okay. We don't have
You
a
don't
name.
you don't have to have a name. They're conspiring to kill someone. They've literally said they know who it is. You don't need a name to press the charge.
Got it.
Don't have a name.
You don't need a name. You
Yeah,
can
my
still press the
fiance
charge.
Charlotte told me what circumstantial means is,
and
and I thought it was like circumcised, but
Right.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, she did. We might have to look into that one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you
hey,
do.
hey, we don't gotta look into her at all. That's a bad idea. Let's leave that one.
Get fucked.
Huh,
Not so sure
yeah.
about that one.
Ooh, hmm.
It's okay. You probably never see her again. She told me something about after she got promoted, she was never actually gonna wake up.
You think she?
Oh,
you think she woke up
interesting.
before she got promoted? That's a nice joke.
True.
Don't want to give us anything else, Lizzie, then I guess we're done here. But I need you to seriously think about the decisions you made in here, because you are not going to get any of the satisfaction you think you're going to get.
Wait, why not?
Oh,
Why not?
I think I will.
You will.
Oh yeah, I will.
Not the way you described the things that you wanted. You wanted
Wait,
to
what the
ruin this
fuck?
person's life. You wanted to expose. You wanted to make sure that they're miserable. And I think
want
there's a
them to
little
ruin
less.
their own life because of how much I fucking destroyed them.
How do you think they're gonna?
You're gonna do that. You, her giving you this information.
Do that,
Hello.
Lizzie?
I mean, this happened, didn't it?
Yes, thank you.
What do you mean this happened?
Ooh,
It's already
that's-
happening.
So anyway,
Guys, this
you
is
know,
like gonna be the end of the road, right? Like,
Nothing.
I know.
You.
Oh shit! I just found a lockpick.
Oh, okay.
Ooh. I know, but
You will go to jail, and that
Oh.
person will be fine.
Yes, that's definitely what ended up happening.
Besides
Yeah.
maybe some physical torture that you want to do. And that
Oh.
Hold on. I want to hear this whole quote before I react. Hold on.
person will be fine. Besides
Yeah.
maybe some physical torture that you want to do.
Ooh, I'm more about the psychological shit.
Yeah,
I really
don't
want
worry.
to fuck up
you
lives.
know, they're not just gonna
Pod
be
wasn't
like
fine. I don't think he will be.
on a
Pond wasn't fine. I don't think he will be. There's a joke here about how many detectives does it take to get a hint.
affected by it and just
Want to do.
Ooh, I'm more about the psychological shit. I
Yeah,
really
don't
want
worry.
to fuck up lives.
you know, they're not just gonna
Pod
be
wasn't
like
fine. I don't think he will be.
unaffected
she
by
was
it and just, you know,
Pond's still a cop.
I see you, Skip.
Somehow.
Yeah, she's
yeah.
a one-legged
know.
cop. She's got a fucking peg leg already. You think that's
Hell
fine?
yeah, she does. I'm proud of that one.
You think just because you got cops like Fontaine running around that you know they're fine? That's not fine.
I've obviously mentally fucked with this cop.
Pond's still a cop, so she must be okay. That's what Trinity just said. She's still a cop, so she must be
Obviously. I
okay.
don't think this is even gonna be too hard.
Is there an A
Right.
in his name?
An A? I don't know. Maybe somewhere. I don't remember.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
What's their full name? I don't know. No.
Hey, anyway, yeah, this was cool before I had shit to do, but I actually do got to get to this bomb deal. He ain't gonna wait too long.
Okay, I
Pigeon's
just
a bitch.
I want to
I
confirm
said it.
one thing that you guys said previously. You guys are both good with phone records being pulled after
Oh yeah,
the
you can take
Lilith
my
thing.
shit. I don't care.
Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right, all right. I just wanted to confirm that.
Hey,
Okay.
there's
May as
one
well,
thing
on
that
recording.
if you guys subpoena it, it might not look so good on me. So like,
If only they knew about size burner phone. Oh, I wonder who knows about it.
and you'll know it when you see it. Just you know, cut me some slack.
Was it the part where
No.
you just called a person for C4?
Well, no, that person
Oh.
called me and offered C4.
Okay. Well, I mean,
because
if
I'm gonna use it on this
you,
cop.
you asked for some.
Jesus. Sorry, listen to what Sai says.
Called a person for C4?
Well, no, that person
Oh.
called me and offered C4.
Okay. Well, I mean,
because
if
I'm gonna use it on this
you asked for some leniency, but usually that comes at the price of you giving us something.
Oh, this is my dad. I don't need to ask for leniency anymore. Bundy, take care of this for me, please.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, way to hold your ground. It's good. Now don't come to me because mom will always say yes after. That's terrible.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna turn the recording off before you
Hmm,
guys do
oh.
anything.
Oh yeah, I hope it wasn't recording while you guys were out of the room
I
because
really
we were
hope it wasn't, because that
we
could have
were
been
kind of
problematic.
all over each other. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah.
Psychopath to psychopath. Psychopath to psychopath. Wow. Ah. Is there a timestamp where I can hear Demi better? And like hear that? Like without fucking Mantis speaking? Where about my food sale? You regret things that Lizzie said? You regret them in what way though? Like you should have said more or should have said less? Like which way round? Ugh. God damn them. I have coffee. He was? Okay. I just like, what was the timestamp of her saying that? Because holy shit. No one was over Mantis. Okay. 249.04.
The thing, right? Is like it's not just you at this point. It's like who else have they done this to? If they're being so like fucking blatant about it, like that's fucked up. That's how I personally see it. But also like psychopath to psychopath.
Are they allowed to
like,
just threaten to
I
torture
also
cops
want to fuck this person
on
up,
record?
but I can't take him up to Mount Chiliad.
We don't have a
and cut
name
their
of.
eyes.
Who it
Falls out
is,
with a
so it's
mountain.
hard to
want
do a
to, though.
No,
conspiracy.
but I'm saying, like, I would love to. Like, but the
Why
way
go to
I deal with
Chiliad?
that, I like the torture room up there.
It's boring.
Yeah, that's where I
Everybody
left
uses it.
Lilith. It was great.
Everybody
it's
uses it.
scenic.
It's boring.
I know.
I only did it
Everyone
because I
also
figured she
uses my
couldn't stumble
basement.
down the mountain while blind. So
Everyone uses
Cops
my
are cheering
basement.
them on.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
know
even
that one too, that
true.
one.
All right. Time for the next one, boys.
I recalled,
Okay.
which I mean, it doesn't help me, and well, maybe it does. I don't fucking.
Okay.
Probably does actually. During
Actually,
me ignoring
okay.
Siz's phone
Okay.
calls for.
I'm actually gonna leave this one. We're gonna do testers first. We're gonna do testers first.
There we go.
All right. Just for
We're
the
gonna do
record,
testers first.
what is your name, Miss?
Tessa Lamb. I'm a lieutenant with the State Park Ranger Service.
Okay. And just for the record, my name is Rustin Cooper, Sergeant for the SDSO, and I'm here today with.
Senior Deputy Cross with the SDSO.
All right. So the questions we have. Do you remember a lot about the incident?
So I recall, I was responding to a call from Bloom stating that he had Sis Volker with a woman down at the pig farm off of Galileo Road, somewhat nearby here, actually.
Okay.
He called over for backup and assistance on the scene. I was one of the first to arrive, along with. I know Bass arrived with Shelly. So Bass was there. Bloom was there on scene. Bass arrived after me. I think there were one or two other people there as well. I want to say Suarez. Well, I might be confused. I don't want to 100% say that.
Understandable. Do you remember?
Oh, Ripley was there. Yeah, Ripley was there. He threw up everywhere.
Oh,
Yeah, he barfed all over the scene.
okay. Do you know if anyone was gathering evidence on the scene?
I believe it was. Oh gosh.
Sorry, I'm not reading chat. I'm just.
Also, I forgot to say, was meeting. Lizzie talks about a guy on a bike watching her at the traffic stop. I know who that is, OOC, but it's funny that no one even looked into it. And I find it funny because that person on the bike could have also given information. They fucking did. And they fucking did.
typing shit here, so.
I think there may have been a cadet there. I remember people running around there with flashlights, and that's why I didn't do it myself.
Gotcha.
Because I immediately, the first thing that I did was I went to render aid to the woman because she looked like she was gonna die. And I had heard earlier in the day that Liz Byrne was gonna be hunted by Sis and the rest of the HOA. So
Alright.
I assumed that the woman was Liz, and then she.
Molly, it's because they presumed Bike Guy is Bloom. They didn't think it was Jaeger or anyone like that. They presumed the Bike Guy is Bloom. I'm not even. That's why. I know!
She didn't look like herself, so I went into her pocket and I grabbed her ID, and I did identify her as Liz Byrne.
Okay.
But she had a lot messed up on her, like it looked like she'd been tortured.
Gotcha. Do you remember what told you that she was going to be hunted?
They're so
It
focused
was
on Bloom. This is what I'm saying. They thought it was Bloom because they're so focused on convicting him that they're grabbing at anything that you said and were like, Bloom. They were like, bike. Bloom owns a bike. It was him. That's literally what happened at the tape. Toretti pulls up the MDW, searches Bloom's name, sees that he has a bike.
Andy Jones and I believe Stanley. Those two were with each other at a traffic stop that Wrangler was conducting earlier in the day.
Okay.
Not only that, they get to continue doing it to like other people, and then they can.
This is
keep
Debbie's
doing
full
it to you
quote without
any
anything.
repercussions.
Hold on.
You know, like that's the thing, right? Is like it's not just you at this point. It's like, who else have they done this to? If they're being so like fucking blatant about it,
I think he's gold pen.
that's fucked up. That's how I personally see it. But also like psychopath to psychopath, like
yes,
I also want to fuck this person up. But I can't take them up to Mount Chiliad and cut their eyeballs out with a melon
if you
baller.
ever want to, though.
No,
I
but I'm
mean,
saying like I would love to. Like,
Why
but
go
the
to
way I deal
Chiliad?
with that, I like the torture room up there.
It's boring.
It-
Everybody
yeah, that's
uses
where I
it.
left Lilith. It was great.
Everybody
I've
uses it.
seen
It's
it.
boring.
I know,
only
but
did it
everyone
because I
also
figured she
uses my
couldn't stumble
basement.
down the mountain while blind. So
Everyone uses my basement. It's
yeah, I've
you
done
know,
that
I'm
one
kinda-
too. That one's a little boring.
Yeah, see,
nowadays,
and I
but-
live upstairs and I have to hear it anyway. Though, like I
Yeah.
want my personal vengeance too, and I would really like your help with that because I don't know. I like doing that kind of shit, but obviously, you know, it's my job. I'm not gonna go to those lengths, but I will verbally eviscerate someone in a court of law with my dad because we, you know, that's how we bond.
That's not Copper. That's Demi speaking. That's Demi, one of the prosecutors who's now recused herself of the case. Oh my god.
That's our dad, sis.
You guys are such normie psychopaths. Fucking.
Also, I love the Copper's like, you guys are normie psychopaths. Like, get wrecked. She's like, I'm a cool psychopath. Like, holy shit.
So here, let me back up. Basically,
Okay.
So early in that day, I heard over the radio that Sis and them were hunting for Liz. I don't recall who said it. But at the time, I saw Wrangler get into a traffic stop with the HOA.
Was Wrangler by
So
himself?
he was riding with Bloom. Now I went to go back them up because they didn't have anyone with them. And it was two individuals in that car. It was Andy Jones and Stanley. Stanley from the HOA. I don't recall his last name.
Yeah, I know the White Devil.
So at a certain point during that scene, I was just sitting on my bike, I believe, and Bloom said something about Pond and that he had to go.
Aw.
So he just left. Like, he walked away. And he, like, ditched the scene. And so Wrangler was by himself with 2 suspects. And Sis came around on his motorbike and was kind of circling. So I got off my bike and I went to go assist Wrangler. Andy and Stanley both surrendered immediately. They didn't put up any fight. They agreed to talk to us. And at that point, I think Wrangler asked them or inquired about the situation with why they were looking for Liz. And they said something about an officer letting... I think it was Ezra. Yeah, this was related. Yeah, okay. They said something about how Ezra had let go Liz at a traffic stop. And Liz had apparently tortured or something a member of the HOA. So at that point I was like, okay, well that's kind of messed up. And that was kind of how I became familiar with the situation as far as why Ezra was being hunted.
So Ezra was also being hunted?
At that time, I believe Ezra was in disguise as Denzel. He's going around calling himself Denzel. He'd been in disguise for several days at that point, but I didn't really know why. And that was when I found out why they were mad at him, but they were also mad at Liz, because she was the one that had hurt someone in the HOA. I don't know the full details, to be completely honest with you. If I, had paid more attention, I might have better clarity for you guys, but
Just
Andy might be the
Midsummer
one to tell
Oh,
you more details on that.
bless.
Yeah, no, that's already more than we could ask for. But do you
Okay.
remember seeing Bloom at any other point during the day?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. So Bloom, I think this was the same day. I recall Bloom and Ezra talking up in the hallway of Mission Road by the meeting room where we usually
Right.
have meetings. They were talking. Well, Bloom and Patty were talking, and I was part of the conversation. Because I don't recall what they were talking about. I think it was Pond they were discussing. And I was just kind of standing there because I had something to talk to, I don't remember why I was talking to them. But at a certain point, Ezra kind of awkwardly approached us, because we were standing in a circle. And he apologized to Bloom for the situation. And he acknowledged that he'd gotten strike points, I think. Something like that.
Okay.
So I didn't really follow up too much on the situation because I'd assumed that it was being handled. And I'm sure I saw Bloom throughout the day more that day. I'm pretty sure that was the same day. Because there was a lot going on that day that was connected to the HOA situation.
Okay. Did you hear what Debbie said? Were you here when I was playing it? Were you here? Okay, hold on. I have the best thing ever to show you. I have the best. This is on the tape. This is on the tape. Okay. This is on the interrogation tape. Are you ready for this?
Not only that, they
Look.
get to continue doing it to like other people, and then they can keep doing it to you without any repercussions. You know, like that's the thing, right? Is like it's not just you at this point. It's like, who else have they done this to? If they're being so like fucking blatant about it,
I think he's gold
like,
panning.
that's fucked up. That's how I personally see it.
Listen to Debbie.
But also, like, psychopath to psychopath, like,
Yes.
I also want to fuck this person up. But I can't take them up to Mount Chiliad and cut their eyeballs out with a melon
if you
baller.
ever want to, though.
No,
I
but I'm
mean,
saying, like, I would love to. Like,
Why
but
go
the
to
way I deal
Chiliad?
with that, I like the torture room up there.
It's boring. Everybody
yeah, that's
uses
where I
it.
left Lilith. It was great.
Everybody
I've
uses
seen
it's
it.
boring.
I
I
know,
only
but
did it
everyone
because I
also
figured she
uses my
couldn't stumble
basement.
down the mountain while blind. So
Everyone uses my basement. It's
yeah, I've
you
done
know, I'm
that one
kind of-
too. That one's
Oh, it gets better. Hold on.
a little boring.
Yeah, see,
nowadays,
and I
but-
live upstairs and I have to hear it anyway, though. Like, I
Yeah.
want my personal vengeance too, and I would really
Oh,
like
just
your
wait.
help.
Just wait. Just listen to this quote. I want my personal vengeance. Listen from this point. Listen.
I have to hear it anyway, though. Like, I
Yeah.
want my personal vengeance too, and I would really like your help with that because I don't know. I like doing that kind of shit, but obviously, you know, it's my job. I'm not gonna go to those lengths, but I will verbally eviscerate someone in a court of law with my dad because we, you know, that's how we bond.
That's our dad, sis.
You guys are such normie psychopaths. Fucking normies.
Trust me, I would go off the rails if I fucking could, but you know, badge, and I actually respect that, and I don't double dip.
Can I borrow your badge?
I would go off the rails if I could, but my badge is the only thing holding me back from being a complete psychopath. I'm doing the Lord's work and watching all these tapes, don't you worry, baby. Oh god.
No.
I'll be
My
perfectly
badge.
honest.
It has my name on it.
No one's gonna
to
report
everyone
me, so
here.
I'll make you the badge for it.
Oh my
Sorry.
god, hell yeah. There you go. That'd be pretty cool. Alright, look. This has gone
Like, she recused herself. Okay, this is what they're gonna say though, Kinky. They're gonna say, I lied to Lizzie to get her to talk. And that I recused myself, so it's no longer malicious prosecution. That's what they're gonna say. Right, on God, I'm gonna fucking walk up to Demi at some point, or if she makes any kind of comment and be like, look, psychopath to psychopath. Oh God, I'm gonna say it. Oh my God. Oh God, I'm gonna fucking say it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. Okay, I'm watching the Tessa one right
And
now.
why they were all hunting
So
each other and doing
For some reason, Tessa's is in 2 parts. I'm guessing something happened. But then we also got Bloom's one.
crazy stuff. And I think
But hey, you know, Kiki, it's only 2 hours after discovery, so it shouldn't matter, right? Bro, his response was the funniest shit. His response was the funniest shit. Might I remind you? I can't even read it without laughing. Hold on. Might I remind you, the defense counsel, that due to your availability, this case had to be rescheduled. So it's your guys' fault that we did a Brady violation and we didn't give you stuff, by the way. It's your fault. Nobody in the prosecution was even bothered by it, despite the connotation surrounding it only negatively impacting the prosecution. In negatively impacting the prosecution, you didn't give us evidence! You are committing a rights violation! Given the circumstances of it needing to be rescheduled, the main prosecutor had to recuse nearly 48 hours ago from the case. He did it like 4 days ago, but okay. Discovery ended 1 hour prior. It was 2. It was 2, but okay. 48 hours to go through all the pieces of evidence is not a whole lot. But 22 hours, guys! 22 hours is enough. 48 hours to go through all the pieces of evidence is not a whole lot. But hey, 22 hours to go through 6 hours of VODs is, you know, that's enough time. That's enough time, guys. When due diligence has been performed to ensure the trial's fair trial. As for the claim of malicious practice, a motion to extend discovery deadlines could have been applied, but one must understand the due diligence has been performed given the mention of Brady violations. Not only for sake of fair trial and general etiquette, but also for both parties involved, including your client. Henceforth, the prosecution would like to keep such accusations out of the docket. Where else do you do those accusations? Motherfucker. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to request that one additional hour the prosecution needs to fall within discovery. In the same vein, the prosecution requests the same leniency and has shown towards the defendants, you didn't give us evidence until we requested it! Yeah, it's literally saying, say it's my face pussy. Oh my god, please do! Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh, this was not done maliciously. Au contraire, it was done to ensure fair trial. Oh, the motion was done. How long ago was this motion done? How long has it been? Wednesday, the 16th of November. 4, 5, 6. He might have asked for it on the 11th, but the motion didn't go through. So I would do it from the motion. But they've had 4, 5, 6 days. They've had a week. And he also said a week ago that he was leaving. However, I'm not available. He didn't leave. He didn't leave 48 hours ago. He said he was recusing himself a week ago. Six days could almost kill another SGS. Holy shit. Oh my god. It wasn't okay. I would understand it if they cut these down and edited them and like wanted to like timestamp them. I would completely understand like it taking so long, you know? Because that shit does take a long time to like have to timestamp it and give things over and blah blah blah, you know? Yeah, that takes a long time. But these are just timestamps of VODs. This took I could have asked Meta Chat and they would have done this in a minute. Someone found a YouTube clip in 2 minutes when I asked. And timestamped it for me. Bow's literally went and found a VOD. Bow's literally found a VOD in seconds. I love this part. Apologies for the delay. Having the main prosecutor recuse himself due to scheduling issues has made it so that a lot of pieces had to be sifted through to ensure every bit of evidence has been requested. Did it take you a week to go through some VODs and get some links? Like, it sounds like we wanted to review these VODs to re-get evidence, but only give you guys 22 hours to do the same thing.
before that traffic stop, Sis was
Like,
being
holy fuck!
looked for, and I'm pretty sure it was Sis that was circling us on his motorbike, because he approached the scene and he was shouting at us. And then obviously later in the day, he did actually make good on attacking Liz.
Yeah, he attacked quite a few people that day. Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he also came to MRPD and shot a cop while looking for someone.
Maybe that was what they were talking about on radio before Sis came over to us.
Oh, he was immediately caught. By the looks of it, he was
Oh,
gunned
okay.
down. Yeah. Do
Holy
you remember
shit.
if Bloom was there when they mentioned that Ezra was being hunted and that Lizzie was
Bruh.
being hunted? By the
They want
ex-wife?
Bloom so bad.
I wish I could recall. I just recall that it was weird that he just left Wrangler high and dry, because they weren't handcuffed at the point that he left Wrangler. They were both standing out on the sidewalk, and Bloom just kind of left. So, you know,
Isn't
I
that
had
when
to
he
get
got
off
the
my
thing
bike at
about
that
Pond,
point.
though? Isn't that when he left because he literally, like, thought that, like, shit about Pond because Pond was missing at the time? Yeah. She even says that. She says something about Pond. She said it, yeah.
Because I was afraid that something was going to happen to Wrangler. But I don't remember whether he was there when they talked about it, because I think we talked about it after.
Kinky, this was always about Bloom. I'm sorry, but, like, they were like, we've got Kian dead to rights, so let's just make this about Bloom. It's always been about him. It's never been about Kian.
As I inquired about it, I pushed a little bit further because I was curious. And I think Wrangler also was questioning them, but we ended up letting him go.
No, no speeding ticket or anything given.
It's Wrangler. You think it's gonna give them a speeding ticket?
I don't remember. It would have been Wrangler to give that.
I don't think he even knows how.
It's
Yeah.
entirely possible we got called away.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I seem to remember we got pulled away in a hurry, actually. There was probably some shooting going on.
I mean,
Because
knowing
Wrangler's
Shift
not
2, that's
usually one
the,
to cut people loose.
yeah, he will go balls to the walls on pretty much everyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember how late that was roughly?
The traffic stop was somewhat early in my day, so it would have been probably a little bit earlier
In a
than
raid?
this.
None.
And then the chat that I had with him and Patty would probably have been around this time. And then quite a bit later was actually when Liz got found.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions. Although there's one thing, one last thing to circle back to the initial part I questioned you about. When you arrived on the scene, did anything seem off?
I can't wait
about
for
it?
us to all get to court, by the way, and for you to go up and be like, hey, for any violation, malicious prosecution, get my client the fuck out of this courtroom. I cannot wait for you to do it. But knowing Grayson, he'll probably just be like, let's just do it anyway, because we're all here.
With Balloon being there?
To be completely honest, the only thing that seemed really off to me was Sis surrendering.
Like, would you say he almost did it on purpose?
It was weird because I thought that she was gonna die, and most people, when they commit
When they
attempted
reschedule a
first
case,
degree,
no, if it's dismissed with prejudice,
don't
no.
just give up.
Not how that works.
And he was, you know, very open in admitting that he had done it. And I was sitting there. She didn't have an eye Like she was bleeding. She was muddy.
Oh,
She was covered
Lizzie
in
lost
pig
an
poop. She'd been
eye?
half eaten
Oh,
by
no.
the pigs.
No.
She had lacerations all over her body. She'd been burned almost entirely.
Anyway.
I don't think the whole scene happened there.
Do you think he let himself willingly be caught?
It's possible. I mean,
Okay.
he surrendered, so I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know.
Bloom, who was having a mental crisis, passed one Sis Falcon with an unloaded RPG in his hands at a pig farm on Galileo Road. It's my favourite part. My favourite part of this whole report. What? I don't understand why Bloom left. I don't know why Bloom just like left. You know, God knows what was going on with him. You know. He wrote it. Bloom wrote this report.
There wasn't really anything off about the scene aside from it just being horrific.
Wait, did Bloom not write this part?
Gotcha,
No, Ripley couldn't handle it. He went and puked in a bush and all over the scene. The people
He's the only
that
one on
were
this
kind
report.
of assisting were kind of standing off to the side because they didn't want to look.
I mean, that's
It was
understandable.
bad. Like it was. I've seen a lot of stuff, and that kind of was a lot for me. She was in a trough, being eaten alive.
Yeah, I can imagine how lots of people wouldn't want to deal with that. Yeah, that's something the serial killer fucks with the SCU would probably be very excited with, by the sounds of it.
I mean, I guess now that you mention it, Bloom seemed a little bit like nonchalant. But
Like, would you say
I
he
think
barely
it's
even cared?
because kind of the way that he called it out on the radio just didn't seem very urgent, considering
Okay.
what happened.
I wonder why.
Okay. Because Bloom
But
put his
that could have been because Sis just immediately surrendered and he wasn't trying to fight back or anything. You know, sometimes you get someone in cuffs, you're
He
not really
screamed about it on the radio?
screaming
Did
for
he
70
actually?
on the radio. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Would you say that Bloom was
That's
having some
funny.
kind of mental crisis, or would you say that's not how it seemed at all?
To be honest, no. He seemed like Bloom. I think Bloom has always been on the verge of some kind of heavy mental breakdown.
Not wrong.
He's always got something going on where he's
Aww.
not really okay, and I don't think anyone paid attention to it.
Oh, Tessa.
All right.
I mean, she's kind of not wrong. No one did pay attention to it. She's not fucking wrong.
I mean, it could be. Then again, can't always dig into everyone's minds. If they don't talk about it, then there's often not much anyone could.
If they don't talk about it, why do you think they don't want to talk about it? Because they don't think anyone will care to listen. Because no one's reached out and saying, hey, you could tell me. Do you know the people who did do that? Criminals. The people who did reach out and say, you can come talk to us, were criminals. Are people in gangs who cared more about him than half the people in the fucking PD. Because everyone in the PD seems to have this mentality of emotions are fucking stupid and who gives a fuck because you're a cop and you should just suck it up.
Can offer.
Yeah.
I don't have.
tried to offer him somebody to talk to, but
Oh, Tessa.
I think he had a drug problem for a while. I'm not sure if he still has it, but him and Gunnar definitely had a couple of episodes together.
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah, I remember that. It sounds about right. I don't really have any further questions. Cross, do you have anything?
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah, I actually do. I have one question.
Okay.
So you said Bloom called it out on the radio, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, he said that he needed 77s at his location because he just found Sis and Liz. Actually, I don't think he called Liz by name. He said Sis had a woman at the pig farm on Galileo Road. And he's pretty calm about it, not like, just didn't seem urgent, considering what was going on. He seemed normal Bloom, like normal, everyday.
Basic, like as if it was like a traffic stop or something.
They do. Pons told them. Pons told Toretti, Wrangler, and fucking Pred that the person who used to give drugs to Bloom was Sis.
Yeah. In a way, that's kind of how it came across to me.
Okay. And are you positive that he didn't call Lizzie by name over radio? Are you sure he said woman?
I'm positive, yeah.
Okay.
I think that was just me.
Okay. So the initial call that came through about anything happening at the pig farm. Sorry for just rehashing the same thing. I just want to make sure we're clear. So the initial call for backup and to get people to the pig farm was Bloom and not. I believe.
Yeah,
like
it was Bloom.
Okay. All right. Because somebody did say that Bass called out that he needed people to the pig farm at some point, and we just weren't sure the timeline on that, whether or not Bass was the first one to call it or it was Bloom.
Bass arrived after I did.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't say that he was there. Like that Bass was just telling people to get to pig farm, but it could just be timeline's just a little messed up. No big deal.
Yeah. And Bloom was already there, right?
Yeah, Bloom was on scene. He had Sis in custody, and Ripley and I think arrived, and then Bass arrived with Shelly. He was riding with Shelly. I remember she had pink hair because it confused me. And I immediately went to go and pluck this poor woman out of the feces and.
Poor woman. Oh,
I think it would have been big if he said called Lizzie by name over the radio.
And I tried to render first aid, but there wasn't much that I could do until EMS arrived.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
I just kind of made a count of what was going on her body, and I checked her ID. That was about it.
Did Bloom
Is
ever
reports on the docket?
tell you?
Oh shit! Is it not? What report is it?
How he ended up stumbling?
Account.
Scroll
I
back up,
immediately
fucker.
went to go and.
Was having some kind of mental crisis?
59847. Actually not here. Gil! There's more! Gil!
Actually, I don't think he called Liz by name. And I immediately went to go and pluck this poor woman out of the feces and pig.
I think it would have been big if
nastiness.
he had called Lizzie by name over the
And I
radio.
tried to render first aid, but there wasn't much that I could do until EMS arrived.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
I just kind of made a count of what was going on her body, and I checked her ID. That was about it.
Did Bloom ever tell you how he ended up stumbling across the scene at the pig farm?
No. I think he was just on patrol. Although, now that you're mentioning it, that sounds a little bit weird. So why would he be on Galileo Road?
Yeah. Do you think it? I mean,
Oh,
of
I
course,
can't
it's
wait for
just
the
totally
questioning.
speculatory, but do you feel like he called it in quick enough? Like, do you think he should have? Like, did it seem like he had time to call in for backup before he had Sis at gunpoint? I
really hope Bloom just acts like a super hostile witness, but he's not going to.
Anyway.
That I would just be speculating on. I don't know.
Okay. That's totally fine. Just give me 1 sec, just to see if I'm missing anything. If there's anything else I have to ask you, sorry. Just 1 second.
I don't think he's gonna go into it as bad as he could. I don't know if he knows that he could be hostile. Does he know that he could be hostile? That's the thing. Like, does he know that he could be hostile? Does he know that though? Ooh. You want to bet? You want to bet, Kiki?
When you arrived there, it was just Bloom and Sis there, correct?
Yes.
And of
to the
course,
best of my recollection,
the victim.
I hope he
So
just
there's
acts
nobody else
super
there.
hostile.
I believe so. I can't remember exactly.
They're fucked though. If they try and question Sis on any of this to timeline this isn't in the evidence. This report isn't in evidence. So if they try and be like, Sis, so how come Bloom turned up, when Lizzie was there and trying to build like a pattern of conspiracy? Because if they try and build up that pattern of connection between Sis and Bloom, and they try and talk about this isn't in evidence. That's what they should have done. Is they should have showed a pattern of like conspiracy to commit a crime together and submitted this into evidence. But they haven't.
I just
It's not
remember
there.
arriving on scene, rendering medical aid, noting down that Bass arrived. Bass kind of took control of the situation away from Bloom. Once he arrived, and he started calling out and making orders for people, so he might be a good one to ask about who is collecting evidence.
Okay.
Because I don't recall.
Okay, good to know.
He might have had someone else with him, actually.
I really hope that they just
like a
read,
cadet.
I really hope they just read the first line out of the report out because it's my favorite report. I think it's this one. Is it this one? Oh, my favorite. This is my favorite report. This is my favorite report. My favorite part of this report. They walked themselves there. My favorite part. It literally in the first sentence. They went into Mirror Park. He had an AK, which officers decided not to confiscate for their own safety. They didn't take the weapon that killed them because they thought it'd be safer to not take the weapon that killed them. It's safer in the criminal's hands, guys. My favorite part. Oh, it's just my actual favorite part. Shortly after though, Kian did pull the gun and shot them. It's an actual comedy of a sentence. It's an actual comedy of a sentence. Kian had a gun. They decided not to take it, but then he did shoot them with the gun they decided not to take for safety. It's my favorite paragraph. Holy shit.
Bass?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Baz often takes,
Yeah, he takes groups of people out. That wasn't like odd to me, but
8 days ago though.
yeah, I wish I had more.
Do you remember what car Bloom was in?
A cop car?
No.
Was he at a car?
There was a car there, but I don't know if it was Siz's brawler or if it was an SUV. Like
So-
Bloom's SUV.
Could there have been two cars there, or was there only one?
There could have
Ezra's
been, but I don't
autopsy
recall.
report showed the end. Thank
I
you for
just remember
those.
them standing by the trunk of a SUV shaped car. It might have been the brawler, it might have been a PD SUV.
Wait. Other individual referred to as Kian. Does it say he wears a smiley mask? Because that's literally like Rod's only like. I really hope Rod is there. I really want Rod to be there. Holy fuck. I remember Rod being there. I talked to him at the fucking. I spoke to Sizdem at the bail hearing. Rod, grab the gun. Holy fuck. Why was Rod never questioned? One unknown individual in a smiley mask. I'm sorry, but you don't have to. A blonde guy in a smiley mask wearing a HOA cut. That is a definition of Rod fucking getting a massive W. Because he wears a mask. And everyone's like, who wears a mask? Can't know it's him. That's an actual Rod W. Kian wasn't questioned? Fuck off. They never questioned Kian. Okay, well, I think they're done here. So we're gonna go to test the second tape.
Right. So when I was talking to Bloom at some point during the day, I can't recall if it was when we were talking with Patty or if it was another time, but I believe Bloom mentioned to me why he was so mad at Ezra. And it was because the girl that he let, or that was hurt by Liz, that Ezra kind of let down in this situation, was a really close friend of his, is what he said.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember her name. It was one of the HOA girls. But he said that they were very close friends and that he didn't appreciate that Ezra allowed Liz to walk off of that traffic stop. And that was why
British
Ezra
court
approached and
case in
apologized
11
to him.
hours.
Do you know if they had any altercation earlier on in the day by any chance?
Not to my knowledge, but it seemed, the way that their conversation went, it seemed kind of like they had a little bit of a beef going on. Ezra seemed apologetic and Bloom seemed a little bit more, dismissive and a little almost confrontational.
Gotcha.
But I figured that might be kind of relevant towards
Try to refresh my chat up.
whatever you guys are looking into, because I couldn't remember why Ezra came up and apologized to Bloom. And at first I was remembering it like
Oh my god, I don't know, like I get that, like, obviously this isn't supposed to be like real life, and like the effort you need to put into these cases is genuinely like it's overblown. Like the evidence you're supposed to get and like the effort you're supposed to put into these cases is like, it is a bit crazy. I won't lie. Like, it's a lot. Like, it is a crazy amount. But if you have this many prosecutors and this many people working on a case, I feel like what happened was everyone put like 200% in effort into the case in like the first like week or two, and then after that they kind of just gave up and were like, we've got it, we're fine, and then and haven't really followed it through. But when you are literally trying somebody and you are perming, the extent is that this person might perma their character. I would hope that you put effort in. Like, obviously, IRL comes first, 100%. But that's why there's a bunch of people on the case. They didn't kill after Bloom got fired. Yeah. But he could still go in for fucking 60 years. Oh, we haven't even got to it yet. We haven't got to Bloom's interrogation. It's like... Okay, here's a question. I have Bloom's interrogation, but I have it from Toretti's point of view. Should I watch it from Toretti or Moose's point of view? Like, whose POV should I watch it from? Emus? Moose's? For comedic purposes? Could someone link me the timestamp? Guy, Kinky, hold on. It might take them a week to link me this timestamp. Hold on. Can you guys link me the timestamp? I'll get it in 6 days. Okay. Best you can do is... Samson, wow. Thank you. Okay, let's finish Tessa's and then we'll go on to this one.
Bloom had given him the punishment, but I don't think that was the case. I think he was apologizing to Bloom because he had slighted Bloom in that way because...
Also, I got a good 8 days joke in yesterday, and I wasn't even live for it.
Bloom was friends with the girl that he let down.
Okay. Do you have anything?
It happened
Any other
so long
questions?
ago. I just am trying to
Merch,
remember
I
all the
noticed it.
details.
No, that makes sense. It's been like what, a week, a little bit over a week, so I can understand if like not everything is every single detail is there. Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. No, I know one thing about the Bloom interrogation. I know that they said that he couldn't remember it correctly, so they must have lied to him. 2 weeks after it happened, he was supposed to remember everything. Or like a week after it happened, he was supposed to remember everything. But, you know, on 3 hours of sleep. Yes. And that was the big part, yes.
It's been like what, a week, a little bit over a week, so I can understand if like not everything is every single detail is there. Yeah.
When Lizzie was found, that was
and
like
plus,
2 weeks ago at this point.
Yeah.
Bloom was having a really hard time because people
Aww.
weren't taking Han's kidnapping seriously.
Oh, Tessa!
So he was, he and I had a phone call when he was out there looking for her at one point, and he seemed pretty exasperated
Did he?
that no one was helping him.
Did he ask you to help him?
No, I offered.
Bro, they're literally like this. They're like, look, he didn't ask for help, so he must have been fine. They have the same opinion about Bloom. Their opinion is Bloom didn't ask for help, so he must have been fine. Bloom won't ask for help. That's not who he is. He'll just suffer.
Did he take you up on it?
Not that day. No, I think this was another day actually.
Okay.
Can't recall if it was before or after. But he was with Crane at the time.
Oh!
I do remember that.
When exactly was... Oh, so when you spoke to him, he was with Crane. Is what you're saying.
Yeah, when he was upset about Pond. He was out underneath the bridge over by Cassidy Trail. The bridge over the river where it meets the ocean. And he asked me, because he called me specifically because he knew that I was a ranger and I might know different locations out there. He asked me if there was a...
Sounds like he's asking for help. That's crazy.
Bridge where it was cold. Because I guess the kidnapper had given him a hint that she was somewhere where a bridge was, and it was cold.
Okay.
So...
Did you see Bloom at any point make an effort to try to get a search party or anything like that?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
for Lily?
For Pond, not to my knowledge. I know that he himself was searching for her, and he seemed exasperated on the phone that no one.
Why is it up to Bloom to have to get a search party? Why should Bloom have to do that? A cop was missing.
Was helping him, so I would imagine he probably
Tessa's
tried.
here and she's saying Bloom was upset because people weren't helping him. Oh, but I guess that means he didn't get a search party together. No, he probably fucking tried, but he was upset that no one was helping him.
But I didn't know about it until he called me and asked me.
Okay.
And I don't really know what happened to Pond, but I know she's back and safe, so.
I mean, he's exasperated about it, but he didn't ask Tessa, which is kind of weird. Okay.
She just said he called me for help. She just said he called me for help. What the fuck is this shit?
Okay. I don't think I have any more.
Okay.
Neither do I.
Fuck!
I just figured it was important that I let you guys know because I just remembered
Oh
it.
yeah, of course. I appreciate it.
Oh, you appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, turn that
Alright.
off.
They're trying to find. Okay, so they know that Bloom's reasoning or excuse for the things that he did is going to be because he was upset about Pond being missing, and that excuse his reality is what they think that he's going to say. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to unravel that by saying Bloom didn't care, so that's a lie. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to unravel his excuse for why he acted in the way that he did. And they're trying to rationalize it with that he must have had a search party and, been looking 24/7, so that means he doesn't care, so that means it was a lie. That's what they're trying to rationalize.
Of information that I recalled, which I mean it doesn't help me.
Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a break before we start on the big one, because this one's a fucking long one. So, go get a drink. I'm gonna give you guys 4 or 5 minutes. Go get a drink, go get cozy, go pee, and then we're gonna start on this one. So, I'm gonna leave for this one because it was 4 hours of griefing. It was that bad. So, Kinky, I've purposely not watched any of these so I could react to them. I've literally purposely not seen any of this just so I could react to this shit. So I was literally there to grief. Half of it isn't recorded? Okay, well, I'll skip that part then. Can you guys play a clip from the interrogation in court? Yeah, we can. Yes, we can, technically. If we wanted to. Because it's in evidence. So, rotating in and out and asking the same fucking questions? Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm gonna go pee real quick, and then we're gonna watch this. So, let me be right back. And then we're gonna watch this. The not recorded stuff is before this. I'm not gonna look at that then, because I only want to know what, Pond would know. Alright, I'm back. Let's fucking do this shit.
And well, maybe it does. I don't fucking.
Let's fucking do it.
Okay.
Probably does actually.
Ugh.
During me ignoring Siz's phone calls for a period of time because I'm looking for my own girlfriend who's also kidnapped. I'm riding with Brian Knight and Crane, Chief Justice Crane, and they ask me who
Didn't ask for help there.
Who's calling me and why I'm ignoring them, and I said it's his Volker. They asked why. I said he thinks he's gonna hunt down this deputy or something to that effect. And I ignored it. Why the fuck is stupid chatterbox? Let me that was my phone.
Please,
Sorry.
get your phone.
I just did, yeah. So I told him what was happening. I said he's pissed off at this cop that just let someone go that we have a bolo out for. And so that's happening, and I'm literally ignoring phone calls at this point because now my sights are set on, and this is before I text the other shit, by the way. This is before all I did was say Gray Futo last seen westbound 68. And then Crane immediately calls Sizz and says that he's at MRPD. And he asked Brian if we should like keep him informed of where this guy's at, and we were all.
You mean Crane?
What do you,
Crane?
Chief Justice Crane? the lawyer turned judge that we all look up to for everything now.
I don't.
Well, yeah. So that's the only information that I remembered whenever I started talking to Gil here, that I didn't say to y'all, is when I did ditch looking for Lilith because Lily was more important. Also, L names here to keep up with. That happened, and so there's that.
Okay.
Not that I think any information gained on the night or morning of the 3rd into the 4th did Jack Diddley squat for shit all, but I figured you should know because I'm trying to work with you.
Okay. Trying to work with us. So
No, not trying, rather I'm working with you. It's just
Alright.
I do feel rather victim, I guess, here. Y'all have already made up your mind.
I mean, there's a couple texts here that are a little interesting. I think Cross has some questions, but I did want to mention something. One of your texts involving this situation. Let me look. It's the one where you texted him. You texted Sizz saying, in MRPD, he has been informed to change uniforms, I think. Why would you say that?
As previously stated off recording, this was to deter him from looking for him because he wouldn't look like what he is or what he's normally wearing. Also, I wasn't right there with Ezra. Yeah, I inside of the middle of a police department. Hey, Sizz, just walk.
I will say, this is really stupid, but I get what he was trying to do, but it was really stupid. Like, I got what he was trying to do, but it was honestly fucking stupid.
Again, and do what you want to him.
I'm just, like... he's just really bad at, like, saying what he's trying to say. And I'm like, you know...
I thought he wasn't in the police department anymore.
Keep his eyes peeled
Hey,
from the
as
lead.
previously
Bloom,
stated,
yeah.
the first text, I did confirm he is in MRPD. The second one, which was sent...
Okay, saying a cop is in MRPD is like saying that the every day of the fucking weekends of Y, because it's like a no shit. Like, I literally play a character who purposely stakes out Mission Row PD because at some point, a cop will go there.
I don't even remember how long. I believe at least an hour later,
Like, literally.
I lied and said he's still at MRPD.
A cop will always end up at Mission Row PD at some point. Yeah, no shit.
Also, during all of this, I am actively contacting Patty Mayo, I believe Juno Sweeney, and Winston Walker, stopping Sizz from hunting him. Because I'm on the phone with Sizz, and he says, I'm gonna kill Copper and Winston now. And I see Winston's talking on radio about being pinged to Mirror Park. Literally, as I'm getting this information, I stop everything. I get in contact with he's ignoring me, actually. He's ignoring my phone calls because he's getting pinged and stuff. So I 911 and talk over radio and warn Winston of what's happening. I say, Sis Folker's literally behind you in a vehicle right now. Leave Mirror Park. And thanks for my input, Winston Walker did not get shot that day. So I'm actively trying to not get officers shot in the middle of all of this.
Oh
And
my
there
God.
are people that can attest to this. I don't believe I was riding with, maybe I was with Crane at this point.
All right.
Well,
Definitely not
Okay.
Night.
Hold on. What I want to do right now is, just for everybody's sake, is I'm gonna need to take your phone.
Okay.
All right.
Idiots. 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 Idiots.
Let me see it.
Oh, here.
I can already tell what's going to happen.
You want me to give it to you or you want me to take it off? I only have one.
Idiots.
I will take it off you.
Go for it. It's in my left
Actually,
pocket.
I can't. One of you guys are gonna have to do it. I forgot I signed off. And someone take Gil's too.
In my left pocket. If you want to take my phone.
Someone go ahead. Take their phones.
Give me your phone.
No wonder he fucked up the timeline. They took his phone.
Well, I will give you my phone, but he said he wanted to take it. Here, there's my phone.
Gil.
Yeah, sure. Come on. Give me your phone.
Why does Gil have to
Wait,
hand
wait,
his
wait.
phone over?
There you go.
I thought we stopped that whole thing about taking lawyers' phones. I thought we were supposed to not do that
To
anymore.
refresh my memory and points and shit, though.
Oh, he literally says I needed to refresh my memory. Oh, Flip! Oh,
Probably, maybe. I don't. There's not much to remember. It's only a couple
Oh,
texts it says, really.
Well, to be, I mean, it seems like you have your. It's pretty clear on every single part of this. You,
yeah, you seem fine without your phone. You seem fine without that. Everything you need to remember. You seem pretty clear. It's so clear. It's really clear.
seem to remember it pretty well. So this
Yeah,
wasn't
it was a
so-
very eventful day.
was a very eventful day.
I spent all day looking for one.
Literally, he just said, I need my phone to help me, and so they took it from him.
Kidnapped person to immediately look for my kidnapped girlfriend. So lots of kidnapping that day.
Okay. Why did you think it was a good idea to help Sis find Lizzie?
Because I
That's a
understand
point
how
to ask
kidnappings
question.
go, and the longer someone's missing, the more likely that they're going to die. I know that Sis is going to do it with or without me. So while we weren't together for longer than, I don't know, 20% of the time of looking for her, because again, I was doing most of this on my own, I knew that me presently being there would be better than, with him, would be better than him doing it alone.
So you were okay with Sis finding Lizzie and killing her?
By the way, Bundy's reasoning for adopting both Sai and Lizzie is to stop them doing crime. And to make it so they don't blow up the hospital. It's okay for Bundy to do it, but it's not okay for Bloom to do it. By the way.
No.
Okay, well, what did you think he was going to do if Sis found her?
Probably
Why
that.
would you be okay with it, Bloom?
Well, I fucking
You know
hate
you
Lizzie
don't like
Byrne.
the bitch.
Yeah, I really do.
fuck
I
Lizzie.
don't give a
I
shit.
hate Lizzie too. I don't give a fuck what happens to Lizzie.
Yeah,
Neither should you.
I can agree, but at the same time, if I'm complicit with him literally murdering her, then you know that's literally bad. That's not a good thing.
But that's what it's
Unless you say psychopath to psychopath, then it's okay.
looking like. You see,
So me
complicit
involving
in that-
myself and
No. Answer to Reddy's question. What did you think Sis would do?
he would attempt to kill her. So why wouldn't you want a police officer there to stop that?
True.
What?
That's literally level 1 of force. Do all these people need reminding what level 1 of force is? Having a cop there to deter things? It's literally level 1 of force!
Texted the fucking location, and
It's literally level 1 of force! Having a cop there will stop crime happening!
which he was driving. So you weren't there.
Hello?
in the car.
Okay, this was like 30 minutes after she was pulled over. He already
what
knew
does
the
that
car.
change?
Guess what? Oh, I was about to pull out my phone. Guess what? He already said to that. He already knew all that information. He told me that information. He told me that. He confirmed that when saying, I know. I don't know who said Ezra pulled over Lizzie. I got that information from Sis.
What? That doesn't change anything. You still gave the information of the car, and then sure, he did say whatever. I already knew this. Okay.
Did this happen before or after the Lizzie? Can I ask real quick? What happened first? The Lizzie interrogation or the Bloom interrogation? Lizzie happened first? So they know. Wait, is it before or after? Did Lizzie happen first? Okay. So my question is, they know that there was somebody else on that scene on a bike. But they've ignored it. So they're not wondering how Sis knew. Bloom literally says, Sis told me that information. Which means that somehow Sis found out about the fucking traffic stop. I wonder who could have told him. Maybe the person on the bike who watched the entire traffic stop?
And then you.
Yeah, it was just definitely not Wade, by the way.
clarified and said, well, you said the wrong color, so I was just making it right. You're still giving. You're not there with him, and you're giving information to where Lizzie is.
Correct. That at that time is whenever I started looking for Lizzie because he had already gone to like 7
That's
other police
irrelevant
officers.
to
He told
Bloom's
me.
actions. How? Because they're trying to accuse him of saying like, "Hey, you told Sis this shit," and he's like, "No, Sis told me." So I think it is kind of relevant because they're trying to say that like he told Sis all that shit, and the main thing is they're saying that he told Sis this information and it influenced Sis's actions to do what happened. That's why it's important. But the reality is, Bloom telling Sis that stuff didn't influence Sis. He already knew. So whoever originally told Sis is the actual influence.
And
Not
the only
Bloom.
person to semi-help was Pred. And at this point is when I got involved because he's just out there going around looking for her.
Bloom, why would we help Sis find her? Even if we were looking, and if any other cops were looking, why
weren't.
would they tell Sis? Okay, but why would they even tell him? Because if they did...
Is Bloom also under the premonition at this point that if they found Lizzie, they would find Lilith? Okay, that makes a lot more sense, and I don't think they're taking that into account. I don't think they're taking that into account at all. Bloom literally was doing the smart thing. Go with Sis, work with the criminals, in a sense, make sure that he doesn't do anything stupid. Because if you find Lizzie, you find Lilith. How dare he help someone find someone who's missing? He didn't. They assume he's lying? Bruh! Bruh! Bruh!
He's going to intervene. Why would we tell Sis any of that?
Because he was going to do it anyway! Trinity! Trinity, he would have done it anyway! Trinity, he would have done it anyway, so why not have a cop with him to hold him accountable? Ah!
For any information regarding a case. He's a criminal who has shot cops multiple times. Not only has he shot cops multiple times, but the time when you said that he is in MRPD, where you were trying to deter him, he came to MRPD, shot a cop, and tried to get in there and do it anyway.
Yeah, but didn't that cop, like, mouth him off?
You know Sis. You talk to him all the time. I know Sis. And if I know Sis, You know Sis.
Okay, well, I don't want
You
this
know
picture
him.
of me talking to Sis all the time. My previous text to him, there was a 4-month gap.
Okay. And then all of a sudden, you guys are buddies. So you don't know
I already
anything about
gave
Sis.
you.
That's
I already gave you
hilarious.
the reason why I was
Arrested
willing, so
Sis.
willing to help. I already gave you the reason I was so willing to help because Lilith helped me in my time of need, and no one was helping her. That's
Okay.
why it
Okay,
wasn't for
great.
Sis.
Okay. But have you ever arrested Sis?
Countless.
Countless times. Have you ever had interactions with Sis?
Yes.
You know how he is.
Yes.
And you know how he takes responsibility for the things that he wants to do. And when he says he's going to do something.
Serenity is shouting at Bloom, being like, how could you trust a criminal? How could you trust him? While also, by the way, speaking to Lizzie and being like, we're going to take your word on it if you give us a name. Lizzie, who has tortured cops multiple times and sighing with 2 times poetry on his record, standing next to her, whispering into her ear.
He 99.9% of the time does it himself.
Is why I was actively
So
giving wrong
why-
information and trying to
None of
save
it was
Winston Walker.
wrong.
No. Okay, calm down for a second. But I understand that.
See, okay, so what they're saying is Bloom was completely right. They already had their minds made up. They think that they know the truth. So they're going into this with super closed minds. And just being like, we know the truth because we have some text records and we have some timelines. So we must know the whole truth. And instead of going into this and trying to puzzle piece it together, they're trying to make sure that Bloom can't put the correct pieces on the board because they don't want him to. This is the definition of when kids have have a game and they are like they think that they're doing it correctly, but the kid comes along with the correct things and it's like, yo, this is how you should be doing. They're like, fuck off. Like, Bloom is literally trying to set facts straight, but they don't want to hear it.
This is all
They
like a
don't
heated
wanna hear it.
conversation, but the entire point of the majority of the text that Bloom sent to Sis were all in kind of like, yes, they're fucking terribly worded to some extent, but they're all
Yeah,
in,
girl, thank you. I love how both me and Gil are like, yeah, he fucking totally wants it. He's not the smartest fucking tool in the shed, but
in their like purest form intended to be a fucking deterrent. They say like, hey, they're doubling up. This is like I understand that
You know what's
99%
not a
of the time.
deterrent?
Oh,
No.
God.
Listen, Gil. You know what's not a deterrent? Giving the information to Sis where Lizzie is when he just admitted he knows just as well as I do that Sis is going to do something about it. And he won't back down.
I didn't.
you could say that us sending people to jail gives that information to criminals because it's public knowledge. You could argue that if you really wanted to. People are gonna find out. Lizzie isn't that hard to track down. She's really not. If you really want to track down Lizzie or Sai, you could find them pretty quickly.
Here's the thing, but you're saying, no, Bloom, shut up for a second. You're saying that he's giving the information. If you listen to what Bloom is saying, he literally gave information that Sis already knew half an hour after the fucking situation had occurred. There's no way in hell that the fucking westbound Route 68
Took about Korea 10 minutes.
is
Exactly.
in any way helpful towards finding out where this person is
Exactly.
going.
Okay.
Very helpful,
it's Gil.
actually.
Okay.
After half an hour.
So said that
Listen.
he was trying to help at this point.
You know why there might have been a gap? Let's hypothetically say that an officer was looking through reports, saw a report about getting pulled over, Lizzie Byrne getting pulled over, right? And then they realized that Ezra fucked up and let her go. And then on the radio, they start asking, what was she doing? Why did you let her go? What was she wearing? Where was she headed? And then there's that time gap. How do you explain that?
They're not even
Are you indicating?
they're not even listening to him. This whole thing should have been walked out of at this point. At this point, they should have just walked out. Because I would have been like, so you're not willing to listen to anything I have to say? So what is the fucking point? Like...
I gave him that information prior to him telling me the information. But what are you getting? Are you accusing another officer here? I'm genuinely confused. What you're...
No. The time gap that you're arguing about right now.
Yeah, but the clarification.
There's 30 minutes, right?
Yeah,
Which
but
is
Charlie, there's 30 minutes where Sis had already presented the information that Bloom hadn't told him at that point.
Okay, then why confirm it? Why confirm the information? Why confirm the information to a known killer who you know hates him? You hate her. He hates her. Who has potentially kidnapped his daughter.
Do you honestly wait? What? Do you honestly think Bloom didn't help Sis look for Lizzie? What are you talking about? I know that he did it. Like I know, but the thing is, like, they're going into this like acting like they know the whole truth. Like I'm well aware that he did it. Like why he did it. But the actual facts on the table is that they have come into this interrogation with closed minds. So this whole thing was pointless.
Since no officers are looking for him or for her, sorry.
So you let a murderer, an attempted murderer, go and find her and do it himself.
No, I confirmed the knowledge he already knew, and then I went out there and actually did my job, unlike the other people he tried to get in contact with. Bar Pred, who apparently helped a little.
Did you find Lilith?
Nope. They
okay.
So I don't wait, no, Lizzie, Lizzie was arrested at that point. I don't even think the people that arrested her questioned about Lilith. I don't know though. I wasn't there. I was in a courtroom. Didn't even know Lizzie Byrne was in custody. Lilith was found, like Gil said, after the fact of everything. So I don't know.
So when you texted the other text was still in MRPD when you were giving another deterrent, right? When he was lying.
That was when he wasn't in MRPD.
How do you know he wasn't there?
You guys have like a tracking system, don't you?
Yeah, I was looking at GPS. He was not there.
Where was he? Where was he?
I don't know.
You knew he wasn't there. Then where was he?
I think at this point it would be a stab in the dark. I genuinely don't remember where he was.
You know that question is in bad faith. That there's a whole fucking city that he could be in. He's just looking to make sure that he's not in the one place that he's sending him to and saying he's still there.
True. There's a big city, but I mean,
Treddy is mad that Bloom sent Sis to the most protected, manned, and easily fortified place. It's a fucking fortress if you want it to be. And yeah, extremely populated with a bunch of witnesses.
Even if you don't remember the exact location, you can remember whereabouts.
Yeah, and I have an idea. I have an idea, but I don't. It was somewhere on West Eclipse.
So you do remember?
Well, I'm trying to remember exactly where. I'm picturing Elgin West Eclipse is where I'm picturing. Well, okay.
It's Treddy. It's the phrasing of the question. You
can't
suddenly push
back. What the fuck?
You knew what I meant. You're asking for pinpoint accuracy, then go into broad strokes.
Treddy is so personally upset. He should not have been the one. Did he say Elgin and West Eclipse? Wait, did he actually just say that? Those roads don't even cross. Did he say that? Wait, did he say Elgin and West Eclipse? Fuck off, did he?
So you do remember?
Well, remember
whereabouts.
Yeah, and I have an idea. I have an idea, but I don't. It was somewhere on West Eclipse.
So you do remember?
Well, I'm trying to remember exactly where.
If he said Elgin, I'd be like,
I'm picturing Elgin West Eclipse.
Oh, there's a whole fucking
is
You
where
knew
I'm
what I meant.
picturing. Well,
The
n-
two in
okay,
the
well,
city.
It's Torty. It's the phrasing of the question. You can't just suddenly push back like, "Oh, you know what I meant." You're asking for pinpoint accuracy, then go into broad strokes.
The first
Not
place,
asking.
the
He
first
knows
place
that-
that came to mind whenever you asked me where was he was Elgin, Meteor, West Eclipse, that area.
Hold on. So he's either by a pink cage or it's a Tequila La. But not too sure. It's an entire city away. But he's either, to give you landmarks, he's either at Pink Cage or Tequila La. It was one or the other. I know he's in 3 hours sleep. It's just funny as fuck.
Why didn't you just say that when I asked you the question, Bloom?
Because I wasn't
If you-
positive. I said I don't remember because
Now
that was
you
just
are.
what came to mind. I'm still not positive. That's what came to mind.
Okay.
You know what I can tell right now, that I can tell already how this is going, is that Toretti is angry, which is also then making Bloom angry, because it's just shouting at him as if actually questioning him, and it's berating him, being like, you're fucking lying, and then Bloom's having to, like, try and defend himself, because he's being just berated.
Okay.
But he was at MRPD, though.
Not the second time. No.
Crush, just calm down.
See?
Bloom for a second.
Cross already thinks he has the answer. This is what I'm saying. Like, they went into this and Cross thinks he just knows the truth.
The first time when he's saying that he's there, yes,
I get what he's saying,
he's
Gil.
absolutely-
I'm
yeah.
I'm not fucking
Okay,
retarded.
so
I hear what he's saying.
why is the fucking second question that you put forward?
Cross can't say that word. Ooh, gave a word.
That he was still there because he wasn't
he
still
was.
there. He wasn't still there. So
He was,
He
Gil.
confirmed that he wasn't still fucking at MRPD. So he gives out the information that he wasn't still there.
I had to be careful not saying that word because it's like, to me, it doesn't have such a bad connotation. But I have to be really careful not to like let it slip out when I get angry. Because I'm like, it's just like another swear word to me. And I just like, oh, the swear word. It's just like another word. I just like, I had to be so fucking careful to remind myself that
that he
it
was
doesn't
still
mean
there when
the
he
same
wasn't.
thing.
He was.
Okay, how the fuck you confirm that? Did you get the timings of it and have a fucking
Yes,
like?
there's other
who was-
text messages.
Who was corroborating that he was still there at the time? Because you have
Not
other
even a
text
couple
mess-
minutes later. Not even a couple minutes later, he's asking whether or not he should go off duty so he doesn't take up a spot because he's been at MRPD for 2 fucking hours.
Yeah, like, yeah,
That's
it
how
was
I know
hard
he
for
was
me to
still at
remove it.
MRPD and wasn't out on patrol. He never went back on patrol that day. He stayed in MRPD until he eventually went off duty.
He literally went with someone else. He doubled up. He went out. He was at MRPD for a long time. I agree. I remember. I kept checking in on Winston, Copper, and him.
Bloom.
Copper
Not
and Winston
even-
got shot.
Not even 5 minutes later. Ezra's asking whether or not he should sign off duty.
I
You're
cannot
telling
say
me-
what's happening at MRPD. I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know what conversation you had with
there the whole
Ezra.
time.
Okay.
Well, you do know. Okay, so you said you. Okay, that's fair. So you said he went out with somebody else.
Yeah. I don't
You
know,
know
who.
who it was?
No, not a clue.
And how
All
do
I
you know
know
he was out with somebody else.
because that's the information I got from him. Ezra.
Text you sent Sid
Dan,
was very
Dan, sorry,
unprovoked.
no, not from Ezra, Dan, because I'm talking to other people on duty, letting them know that someone just lets someone with a bolo just slide with a traffic ticket.
Hold on. Where's my? I need. Hold on. Hold on. That's how I just felt. This is how I just felt listening to him say that.
Sorry, no, not from Ezra, Dan, because I'm talking to
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
to other people on duty, letting them know that someone
He
just
said
let
about dad. He said about dad, and that's literally how I felt.
lets someone with a bolo just slide with a traffic ticket. It was Dan that told me that Ezra is now doubled up with someone, and changing uniform.
And
I'm 99% sure it was Dan that I had a conversation with.
But the text was very unprovoked.
There were phone calls between all of this of Sizz threatening Ezra, looking for him. He says that Sizz is telling me he's actively pulling up next to cops, looking for him and stuff.
Oh, now I want to know if they talked to Dan. Oh, now I want to find that out. Ooh, I want to find that out. Ooh, I do. Ooh, I want to find that out.
I'm telling him over the phone, stop looking for cops. You should focus on finding your daughter. There's further proof in me literally stopping him from killing Winston like 15 minutes later. That's actually a hyperbole. That was actually significantly later. That was after Lizzie was caught, I guess. But yes, it was way later than 15 minutes. I am warning Winston, I don't get in contact with Copper at all. I have no clue what's happening in MRPD. I'm in a court case with when Lizzie's in custody. When I get out, I'm either with Crane or alone. I don't recall. I'm on Vespucci Bridge, heading just on normal patrol towards Popular, and that's when I'm on the phone with Sizz, and he's actively saying, I see Winston in Mirror Park, I'm going to kill him. And that's whenever I start trying to get in contact with Winston. He's ignoring me. I 911. I call the person he's riding with. I said, pay attention to my 911s. I am thwarting on multiple accounts Sizz killing cops.
Well, you didn't, because he tried to murder Dick Daniels because he was looking for Ezra at MRPD, because you told him that he was
Daniels
there
probably deserved
for a
it.
deterrent. And then he also shot up, the HOA sat and shot up Winston and Copper in front of the FIB building. And then they...
Is Bloom supposed to babysit cops the whole time? He gave them the warnings.
They kill Ezra a week later too. So I don't know how much deterrent you think it is, because you have just as much of a relationship, and you know you've been in contact with Sizz and had as many interactions as I have. You know how he is and how he acts, and he'll take the blame for shit. He doesn't care. He'll do things and he'll take it.
Yeah, including including Ezra's murder. He supposedly, from the report, didn't do shit. I don't know. I haven't been in contact with him.
Right, exactly. So he would try to do that. So why would you think anything would deter him and not just make him go after somebody even more?
Because if I didn't intervene at all, he just would have done the exact same thing. So I guess my deterrent didn't work, but he still did the same shit.
Basically, they're saying, sorry you tried, but you basically did nothing. But, you know, you should not have even tried to begin with. You shouldn't have tried to do your job and deter crime from happening. You should have just let it happen because Sizz is crazy.
Well, except he wouldn't have went. Go ahead.
You're telling me he would have gone to MRPD? Was that what you're about to say? He wouldn't. Sizz Volker would not have sat at MRPD.
How would he have known that Ezra was there and he would?
Cause he's a cop! Oh my god! I gotta walk away. Why would Ezra not be Mr. OPD? He's a cop! It is the home of the Unified Police Department. I play a literal psychopath as my other character. The first place that I go when I'm looking for cops is Mission Row!
Would need to go there. How else would he have known that?
How did he know Lizzie was in cells?
I don't know.
And that's
you told me exactly earlier.
How did he know? How did he know?
You told me earlier.
Listen, Thatch and Hydra are the ones that told him. I'm 100 that showed him that he was in that Lizzie was in the cells, because Sizz was already in custody. All right, for an OIS, I believe. He was down there in the fucking cells. I told these guys when I was going back there to talk to Lizzie not to let this fucking information out, okay? And that to get him sent off to Bolingbrook immediately. 20 minutes later, what happens? Sis comes trotting down the fucking thing, looking through the windows, sees that Lizzie's in her custody. And before that, also, I got a call from Rosa, the attorney Rosa. You guys know what I'm talking about? Who works with Cartwright?
Yes.
Murphy Braun. Trying to say, oh, Sis is worried about his daughter. Lizzie, how is she? So Sis was in the cells with a phone, actively trying to gather information on Lizzie's location right then and there, and he did get it when he was allowed to walk out of the fucking cell past the interrogation by Hydra and That.
And
the Hydra and Thatch did more damage than Bloom did, but
you know how I got the information that Sis knew before I did that Lizzie Byrne was in custody? It's because Sis told me. It's not because I learned from an officer. It's not because I was in MRPD. I was in a courtroom.
And you were not at MRPD during this whole thing. I know that.
I've never, I don't even, I'll be honest. I didn't go to MRPD very much at all that day. Like, at all. I was looking for my girlfriend and Lilith Eilhart. And guess what? After, I looked for Lilith for an hour and a half, 2 hours. Maybe. I'm not even comfortable saying 2 hours. And then went to the courthouse because Wrangler called me there. We talked to Crane about something after the court case, after a bench trial. And then I think Wrangler and I rode together. Yeah, we did. We rode together. We pulled over, guess who? HOA in front of the Binkos on Center Street. In the middle of that, I get a phone call from Brian Knight saying, I know where your girlfriend is. I know where Pond is. And I run away from the traffic stop. I don't even say bye to anyone. Tessa was there. Wrangler was there.
I can't ignore. Listen, there's one thing that I have a hard time ignoring, Bloom. Okay. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know, you wanted Lizzie. You don't like Lizzie. Sis wants Lizzie dead. You know, is it not possible that in for his help getting Lizzie that you gave him information? Is that not a possibility?
Why are you talking to me like you're trying to get me?
I'm not trying to get you.
We already all agreed. We already all agreed. No one cares what happens to Lizzie. I don't care what happens to anyone that shoots me on a regular basis.
Exactly. And even in those circumstances,
I don't care what happens to Sis.
That's not why you texted him. Okay, you don't give a fuck then, which is good. So
I cared what happened to Lilith, the person kidnapped.
Okay. Exactly.
And guess what? And that is a friendship thing. Me and Lilith, we're friends. Genuinely. That my involvement in this case and the reason I showed so much interest. If you called me and said, oh, this Vagos, or oh, this GSF, or oh, this chain gang, or oh, anyone else is kidnapped and trunk by Lizzie Byrne, I'll be 100% honest with you. I'll do my police work, but I would not have gone nearly as hard as I did. So yes, there was some stake in it. Was it vendetta against Lizzie? I'm not gonna lie and say no, but I just know that Lizzie moves people around. I know what she does. She literally took my girlfriend's leg a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Not to mention the whole entire region, the charge.
Like, if they had brought up any of the statements from when Pond was kidnapped by Lizzie the first time, Lizzie's whole thing, Lizzie's whole MO is moving people around constantly. She did it with Pond. It's literally in the fucking report. She took her to do Dodo. She kept her... I'm pretty sure it was also in a Futo. And Molly, if you're still here, was it also not, like, what the fuck was it? Was it not a Futo that you rented at first when we were driving around? And then we went to do Dodo. And then we switched to the Kuruma. And then, like, I'm pretty sure, like, it was a fucking Futo. And Lizzie kept moving Pond. It's literally in her statement. It's a massive MO for what Lizzie does when she has someone kidnapped.
Charge active torture is a thing, I'm pretty sure. Or was that Dundee? I don't remember.
Yes, Pond is the reason that charge exists. It was Dundee, but it's fine.
I'm pretty sure it was Lizzie, though. So, I understand the importance of finding someone when Lizzie Byrne has them captive. I also understand that cops in this department don't give a shit about anyone kidnapped ever. Even if it's one of our own. And that has been just...
The amount of times I hear on the radio, it's been more than 24 hours, they're probably dead, is unreal when someone goes missing.
Just shown apparent. over and over again. So what am I, when I get information that someone I do care is kidnapped, because I'm just as guilty, like I said, if it's a gang member, which albeit Lilith is, but she's a friend of mine, that thankfully doesn't shoot cops off and yada, whatever. When I got that information, I chose to hyperfixate on that until Brian Knight called me and said, hey, Pond's, I know where Pond is, which Pond's been missing at this point 3 days? 2 days. 2 days and a few hours.
And then you left the traffic stop
with Wrangler, and Tessa was behind him on motor. I didn't even say a word to Wrangler. It was Stanley and Andy Jones. I didn't talk to anyone. I was on the phone. I think Wrangler called me a phone guy or some shit. I just ran to MRPD, grabbed my cruiser, or no, I grabbed a cruiser, drove to Davis, met Brian Knight and Crane at Davis, hopped into an unmarked Charger. I'm pretty sure it's the gray one, Twilight. And that's whenever I just started ignoring Sis calls.
Okay, well, why was the Brian call came before you confirmed the location to Sis the second time? You would have already been in the trial at that point.
No,
with
no,
Wrangler.
I would have. No, okay. What
Brian
are you talking
called
about?
You 30 minutes before that point.
30 minutes before which point? Sorry, I'm trying to follow the timeline here.
Before the Ezra, the one where you told him where Ezra was. Still at MRPD, the fake one, or whatever you said it was.
Yeah, it's because I was getting calls from him and I was ignoring Sis, and I was just like, he's not even there. Stop looking for him. And I didn't ignore every phone call. I ignored a lot of them because, again, looking for Pond. So to get Sis back to looking for Lilith, because at this point, no cop's looking for Lilith. I'm not. I'm looking for my girlfriend, a sergeant in the PBSO. I'm looking with Brian Knight and Crane.
Bloom, the only thing we're seeing is not helping look for Lilith. It's you helping Sis look for Lizzie. Where's this? Where there's nothing I can find in any of this.
How about
that would help
me
you.
checking the gun emporium and shit? I guess
That was that was before, but I'm talking about after. Once the information came out that Lizzie was,
I already told you. After I got with Brian, I stopped looking for Lilith entirely. I dropped everything because while she is one of a dear friend of mine, I started looking for someone that mattered more to me.
And Dan was the one that confirmed about the
Oh,
Ezra not being
Bloom,
at MRPD,
holy
right?
shit.
No,
you
he
went out
was
with
the one.
Dan, or-
No, he was the one that. Because Dan's and I have been in contact recently since he's been corporal about punishments and shit, and we were talking about the whole Bolo being ignored thing and whatnot, and all I did was ream Ezra out. I just told him he did shit cop work, didn't pay attention to Bolos, and he needed to work on it or there's going to be problems, basically.
No.
And then he went to MRPD, which is when I talked to Dan. I'm like 99.9% sure it was Dan, who we had a discussion. And he's like, he's being, as it was described to me, forced to double up with someone, and he's changing his uniform so that he's not going to be at risk from the HOA.
Do you mind if I jump in here, Trody?
Go ahead.
So I just to clarify, I'm not deeply involved in this, but I have been listening in. I'm not going to try to pull the wool over your eyes. Are you saying that these texts were meant to be deterrents from Sis looking for him, or
yes? So the first again,
Fucking
don't have my phone,
hell,
so just
we've
they're not
already
hard to
answered
remember.
this
But the
question.
first one,
Oh my fucking god! What? Why is he coming in and asking it again? They're really just badgering him at this point. Like, okay, listen to me. If we were I know this isn't like how it's meant to go in interrogations, it's just not. But if we were in a court of law and you'd asked that again, I would have been like badgering, asked and answered. Because they're trying to get Bloom to fuck up by asking the same question over and over and over again. But to the point where they just want him to say their version of the answer, but not what's the actual truth. Holy shit! I don't think it's even that deep. If it wasn't that deep, why didn't they just say, we've already asked him that and I can tell you two about it later?
One was the first couple, which was all one thought, was where the vehicle was heading, all the information he already knew.
Yeah, but someone should have stopped them. Someone should have said, hey, we've already asked this question, we're moving on. Wasting time.
And the description of the vehicle, which he provided me. And then all I did was correct the color. To his response was whatever, very dismissive. He doesn't give a shit the color. He's looking for a photo. And then following that was me saying he's been in Ezra has been. I said the deputy. I didn't even say his name because he already knew who he was looking for. I said the deputy has been informed, has been told to double up with someone. And I was hoping this was a deterrent, in which he said it won't help him.
Okay. So my question to that then is what was the point of saying that he was changing in MRPD? Why not just say he's changing clothes and leave it at that? Like, why add the in MRPD, which is a locator?
My thought process was if someone's in the middle of MRPD, which the clothing room is, it's high traffic. I mean, I'm not exactly thinking like people are getting for shootouts in there, but my thought process is that's pretty centralized in PD. It's behind several locked doors. He's not getting in. I don't. Toretti told me either he got in. I guess I don't know anything about that.
Didn't he get in the day before and shoot Soze? Like he has a history of getting into MRPD and shooting
Listen,
people.
I can.
He was let in on that one.
Crocs, dumbass. Let that let fucking Sizz in. Right. Patting him down. Shot my uncle in the fucking captain's
yes. But I'm just saying, if that's the case, Sizz will
dumbass.
do it anyway.
Okay, so any father, and you can choose to disagree with me, but something tells me you will. I thought
it was the way Fred said it. I can explain that one. Crocs, dumbass.
I mean, I'm not exactly thinking like people are getting for shootouts in there, but you
in MRPD and
listen,
people.
I can.
He was let in on that one.
Crocs, dumbass. Let that let fucking Sizz in.
Right.
Patting him down. He shot my uncle in the fucking captain's
yes. But I'm just saying, if that's the case, Sizz will do it anyway.
Okay, so
that's
any
point.
father, and you can choose to disagree with me, which something tells me you will. I thought maybe instead of going on this whole this path of just aggression towards cops in the middle of me assisting him looking for Lilith, I thought that maybe if I tell him, hey, there's no point looking for a cop, you're not going to get him, just focus on looking for Lilith. That is, I thought that maybe a father would kind of continue, I don't know, looking for his daughter.
Did you tell him that?
Tell Sizz to look for Lilith? Yes. I told him instead of wasting his time on cops. Yes, and the whole Winston thing. This whole time, I literally begged him. Like, there was frantic begging to Sizz to stop going after cops. I remember pleading with him once he started going after Winston and
stuff. It would have looked a lot better if you had texted that.
I agree, I guess.
Oh god, he's actually not wrong.
You're gonna have to talk to Winston about how frantic I was with him to get out of Mirror Park. And I'm pretty sure Juno Sweeney was the one he was riding with, because I remember he was dodging my phone calls and he didn't respond on 911 and he was still in sorry, not MRPD. He was in Mirror Park and he was like around Bridge Street, West Eclipse area, or not West Eclipse, West Mirror Boulevard, whatever. And I told him, and I was frantically trying to get him out of there because I was just on the phone with Sizz. Sizz was saying, I see Winston now. And Sizz, I hear Winston on Channel 7 saying, oh, I'm getting pinged to Mirror Park and stuff. And he's just ignoring me. I'm begging for him not to go on radio, on 911. So I call, I'm 99%, again, this is almost certainty that it was Juno Sweeney he was riding with. Slight possibility, very slight, that it was Patty, because I was in contact a lot with Patty too. But I'm pretty sure it was Juno, and I call her, and the conversation was very short and sweet. I say, tell Winston, who you're riding with, to pay attention to 911. He's being hunted by Sizz. He's literally right behind him right now. And she said, okay, yeah, we see him. We're leaving. I said, thank you. That's that.
I don't want to keep taking up space in here. It's pretty crowded here. I just want to finish my line of questioning real quick. Going back to that, so again, you're saying it's a deterrence. Why not say like in the SDSO or the PBSO? I'll just be blunt with where I'm coming from. If I'm wanting to give a deterrence, I might also give an incorrect location just to be
Hindsight,
safe, right?
hindsight, 100% reasonable. I should have done that. With my train of thinking, should have been the case.
Okay, and then the final question I have is there anyone who could back you up or corroborate the story? Like, did you tell anyone like, hey, I'm sending out these text messages to Sis because XYZ? Is there anyone who knows anything else?
I'm not sure if you were behind the glass or whatever, but before this, Crane literally gave this information to Sis prior to me.
Right. So are you saying if we go talk to Crane, you told him like, hey, I'm sending these to Sis as like a deterrent?
No.
Or, okay.
As said, again, and that's not to be a dick, but just on what was already on record was I was riding with Brian Knight. He was driving. I was in the back seat with Crane of an unmarked Charger. I'm ignoring phone calls from Sis because at this point my focus is finding Lily Pond. They ask who keeps calling me, and I say Sis Folker, and they ask why. So I give them a rundown of he's hyper focusing on finding this cop, and I'm literally ignoring calls. This is before any leaked information of he's at MRPD, whatever. And literally as I'm saying, yep, so but I'm focused on Lily, I hear Crane go, hey Sis, and he goes, yeah, you know, I'm with Bloom. He talks about how I'm looking for Pond, and then he says, but you know, that guy's an MRPD, and Knight's laughing or something. I don't know.
I understand, and that's a whole other can of worms. What I'm saying is
which is probably why I texted him that he was in MRPD changing clothes, because Crane already said at that point.
Okay, but what I'm asking is between the time you did those text messages and now this interrogation.
They just aren't listening. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Did any other cop know that you were texting Sis Folker and what the context behind those texts might be? Like, is there anyone we as police can go to and say, hey,
why? Yes! Crane!
Did Bloom have a conversation to you about texting Sis Folker? Like for a
Crane,
deterrence?
Knight, and let me think. I want to say Patty wouldn't know, albeit I was with her a fair bit, but it was mostly it was all Pond stuff.
Oh, pain! I'm in pain!
Okay.
I don't believe I was with any other officers that day besides Patty, Tessa, Wrangler, Crane, Knight.
And these text messages have not come up since that day until this interrogation?
Well, I mean, when I talked to Lily yesterday after her first real day of not being kidnapped, yes, we discussed everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I talked to Pond about stuff because she came to me. That was a huge fight. I didn't tell her anything because I was just happy to have her back. And then we had this whole argument yesterday about how I didn't tell her anything, and that's how I'll be honest, I didn't know about any docket posts. I didn't know about anything until yesterday. The only and I guess it was a hyperbole when I said 3 or 4 days. Well, I guess it has been a couple days, but no, it was 2 days ago. Sorry, it was not last night that Lily and I had this whole argument. So yeah, I have a 2 days notice that Sis has been subpoenaed. I'm, in the headlights.
Anything?
I told Pond exactly what I'm telling y'all. And she just said, instantly lawyer up. And I said, I don't need a lawyer up. And then she goes and she just starts yelling at me about being stupid like a criminal and stuff. And I said, if I tell them what happened, this will be fine. And she just starts telling me that it's not going to be fine. How she gained the information. She talked to Sis. I was trying to remember about the whole docket. And and she said, and I even said, this might not even be me on the docket. This Daniel guy. I was like, this might not even be me, because how did he know about all this Lizzie stuff and all this stuff? I'm not stupid. I said there's a chance it's probably me given the timeline, because I saw it said October 3rd or 4th on it, which is when we started looking for Lilith. But also that's the same day all the other stuff happened. So I was telling Lily, I was like, I'm not worried about this. I straight up told her, I said, well, mainly, you know, focus is kind of criminal charges. Obviously, I don't want to lose my job. I've worked hard. I've gotten to here doing, I think, good police work. So I'm telling her yesterday, I'm not worried at all, and she's the one freaking out. And then we have this whole argument. It's a big fight, turns into her being kidnapped and shit. It was bad, but yeah. The only other person I've contacted about any of the texts was Lily Pond, who she's just yelling at me about it.
So you're pretty set on the fact that all these text messages to Sis were a deterrent, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So why, after Sis doubles down and says, you know what, it's not gonna help him, do you still feed him more information? It's already clear.
This is like the 5th lap of me thinking that him telling him that he's just in MRPD will just not will
They're not listening.
Yeah, but we didn't
Holy shit!
You were there though.
Yes, I wrote a report on
Holy
it.
shit!
So then you know
Holy
that he
shit!
would willingly go into the police department and shoot people.
Oh
I
my
understand
god!
that. Hey,
It's not,
I understand that.
okay, I'm
But-
sorry.
but-
Okay, this is what's happening. There's too many people. This is okay. I can tell you right now what's happening in this room. There is too many people in this room. I bet you half of these people were live. And I bet you half of these people basically thought, while this person's asking a question, I'm not really gonna listen. I'm gonna sit here and fiddle or play or like, you know, talk about whatever I want and not actually really listen to what's going on in the room because, yeah, either like you're doing an ADHD or you're just chilling there because you want to be there for whatever reason. So then when their brains heard one thing and suddenly focused on it, they then had to re-ask the same questions because they weren't listening. So the same things got asked 5 times to a person who's been paying attention the entire fucking time. And so no wonder he's getting tired and angry and upset. And I tell you now, if that was me in that room and they were asked the same things 5 times in a row, I would have said, pause this recording, go back and fucking listen to it, because you're not listening to me. Either you listen to what you've already recorded, or we can ask another question which is actually useful. Because I would have also probably been crying at this point, just of how, like, annoyed I would have been, and just overwhelmed. I would have been so fucking overwhelmed that I probably would have been crying. Like, this is ridiculous.
I am worked up. I apologize.
But you know that this is something that he'll do because you've witnessed it with your own eyes. So why would you think that him being at MRPD would deter him?
Oh my god, he's already answered this
Because
question.
he was literally let in. Sounds like there's a history of Sis getting let in. I didn't know that. He was let into the motor. Okay.
I know.
Can you restate?
you're not
Because I
answering.
thought that did answer it.
Sure. No. You know that he will go inside of MRPD regardless of how he gets in.
He knows
Like,
that
doesn't matter.
afterwards.
You know that he has no problem going to the police department and shooting someone. You've seen him do it. So why
Correct.
would you think that telling him that a cop is at the police department would be a deterrent?
When I figured out it wasn't.
Because he found out afterwards. Holy shit!
After
I'm just tilted.
he called me, told me about the Futo, told me about the deputy, told me about everything.
Right.
And I was like, I'll take care of the deputy. Just, you know, stay focused and whatnot. And he just voiced displeasure with the PD. Nothing specific.
They want to. It's like they're trying to say, why didn't you just control Sis?
At this point. And then after I talked to Ezra, reaming out, we start talking. I believe I call him again. We start, if my memory is correct, we do Ezra. We're fixated on Ezra, and I'm just telling him. And then it turns into Winston and Copper, and
He did lawyer up. That's his lawyer next to him.
pleading for him. Just
It's thinking. It's Bloom, right?
You know me. Yeah. Yes.
This is what they're saying. They're literally tripping him up. Like, this is what I'm saying. even if they didn't mean to do it maliciously, they're badgering him because they're making him repeat it over and over and over again. And anyone who's human is going to say things slightly differently every single time, unless you are a robot or you've rehearsed what you're going to say. The fact that he is changing his story every time shows that this is somewhat of the truth. Because if it was like a complete lie, he'd be like, oh no, oh wait, oh all this. If it was like also, it would be super rehearsed.
Bloom, you're a fucking idiot, and I don't believe anything
Get him out!
you're saying. Now I'm looking at these
That
texts.
has been evident since I walked in
Alright,
here.
and you're listen. You're
Yeah.
playing.
Was Silas looking in the fucking interrogation mirror even? Holy fuck.
And this is all, oh, I was trying to deter him, yet I don't read a single word of deterrence. All I'm reading are accurate descriptions of Ezra and what he's doing.
Do I strike you as someone that texts everything, given I had 20 phone calls with Sid?
Okay, all they had to do was talk to Pond. Bloom doesn't text. He barely remembers to text Pond back. Let alone anything else.
Is again just
Yes, why
just a
not?
guess. I don't even actually know how many phone calls. It's probably more than 20 that day.
For instance, you said in MRPD he has been informed to change uniform.
Like, he's getting better at it now, but like...
Why not say, you know,
We've
in
already.
MRPD,
This
he's
is
been informed
the
to change
5th
uniforms.
time this question's been
Hey,
asked.
don't go through with it, sis.
Shut up, Viper.
This is like the 5th time this has been asked. Okay.
I just
Walked in
for a
here.
Oh my god.
I know that's apparent.
You really think the way you deter someone
Silas, shut your stupid fucking mouth
For
and
going
move on. No one cares.
Focus on his daughter while I'm literally the.
Oh my god, it's the same thing.
I don't.
No! No! No, it's about to happen again! Oh my god! No!
Even though he was arrested.
Okay.
At
Okay. Where is it acceptable to drink at 2:20 in the afternoon on a Tuesday? Because I think so. I think it's okay. I think that's fine. Hang on, finger RP, hold on. I literally have like a bar next to my fucking... I have a literal bar next to my desk. I have so much alcohol. I've got Jaeger, Sour, Smirnoff. I've got Red Bull, I've got Monster, I've got Coke, I've got
MRPD
fucking
for
whatever you
anything
want.
until right
But you
now.
talked to
I know
him,
that he
but-
was in prison at some point that day. To my knowledge, it was while I was in court.
Not important. Not important. What I'm asking
Well,
is.
you're asking me
you're
to clarify a
pleading-
timeline that I
Right.
don't know.
Okay, but you're pleading
God.
with him. This was after the traffic stop, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He gave me the
How
information
long
that a traffic
after?
stop happened.
Okay. How long after?
Didn't they already say half an hour?
Okay, let's run through events and I'll try to get.
How long after? Maybe if you gave him his phone, he could give you an exact fucking timeline. But oh wait, you took it from him!
Estimate how long it was, even though something tells me you know how long it was given call logs. He calls me, I don't even remember where I was at this point, tells me Ezra Funkhauser, he's like Funkhauser, he pulled over Lizzie and let her go. And I say, what? And he says, there's a gray white, he said white Futo, last seen westbound 68 in front of Harmony. That's what
okay.
Lizzie's driving.
I need triples from this. I'm drinking from the bottle. A glass? You really think that I'm gonna get a glass with this? I'm just gonna drink from the fucking bottle. Look here, straight from the bottle. How much percentage is this? It's 18%.
You know,
Straight
Ezra
from the
let her
bottle.
go and
Let's
stuff.
fucking go.
So I have that conversation. Let's chalk it up to 2 minutes on the phone. Maybe there was more said. I don't remember.
Yeah, I ate.
So 2 minutes on the phone there, and then I 311 for Ezra, for Funkhauser to call me.
Dear God, I'm European, honey. This drinking is normal.
He doesn't.
I've been
think I only
drinking
let
since I was,
30,
like, 13.
45 seconds go by before I get impatient. I pull his number from the MDW. I call him. I chew him out. I don't even know for how long. 3 minutes max, if I had to guess. There wasn't much to say. It was, hey, you're ignoring bolos. You're doing shit cop work right now. Jesus Christ, what? And all. I just chewed him out. And he agreed, apologized, whatever. And then after that, I call him. I said, we're going to handle. I said, we already handled that. We're handling it internally. And I said, so let's just focus on Lizzie. Those were probably my exact words. If not, I'm just slightly tweaking them. But it was okay. Time to just go back to Lizzie. At this point,
why not Lilith?
At this point, okay, I am the only one that pitched the idea that Lilith was probably in that trunk, because no one in Sis, to my knowledge, hasn't had run-ins with Lizzie. I don't.
Jardo, you do realize it's legal in your own home to drink from the age of 5 in the UK, right?
Don't know if he did, but from my experience, she moved pond a lot both times that she's been kidnapped by Lizzie, constantly moving. So in my head, there's either a body or a still alive Lilith in that trunk. So when I'm saying find Lizzie, find Lilith, it's interchangeable to me. I
yes.
It's not.
As long as your parents go, yeah, it's fine. You're absolutely fine.
I'm going to exchange those names.
As long as you're in your own
They're
home.
always together.
The main thing is you have to have your parents' permission, and you have to be in your own home, and you can drink under the age of 18. But you cannot leave. Like, you have to be in the safety of, you have to be in the safety of your residence. But you can drink. Yes.
Lizzie didn't leave Lilith out of her sight during that, I would bet. Well, besides, the side of not seeing her in the trunk, probably.
If you don't start drinking vodka at the age of 30, are you really English? Oh, fuck.
Okay. As far as the timeline goes, probably a 2 to 3 minute phone call with Sis, 45 seconds between me calling, Sis calling me and me calling Funkhauser.
Oh yeah, WKD is the way to start. Bro, we're on lap 5, come on.
I had already met up with Crane and stuff. No, it would have been way long after, if I recall. My timeline's all fucked, because I'm really just trying to remember.
Hold on.
No! Don't start talking! I swear to Jesus! I swear to Jesus! I'm gonna... Psychopath to psychopath! Let's not start this conversation! Okay?
So, going through the timeline here, and I'm just...
No! We've already been through
looking at phone records. And I just want to clarify. So you talked to Sis, and
he called me. Yep.
Call Funkhauser.
Yep.
That's fine. Yep. Then you call Funkhauser. But then why, after you get off the phone with Funkhauser, are you texting Sis the details of this gray Fudo? And then you just call.
Fuck, shit, ass, god, fucking damn! Why are we on lap 127 of this? I just changed my mouse speed.
He told me those.
That death slam changed my mouse speed.
He told me the... Jesus Christ. Can we just stop adding people? And this is like the 8th time we're discussing this?
No, this is from your phone number to Sis.
I'm well aware. Well, I'm talking about in this room right now. This is like the 8th lap. Can we just stop having people walk in the middle of this and
put up with it, Bloom. Quit bitching.
Okay.
What? probably was half asleep. To be fair, I actually think you probably were. You probably was hella late. I apologize.
Okay, all right, let's go again then. Okay, let's go again then. So so the question is, why did I text Sis about the gray futo?
You probably were tired as fuck.
That immediately after getting off the phone with Funkhauser.
Because he already knew that information. He told me that the only clarifying information was that it was gray instead of white. Why I did that is because no officers were looking for a known person that kidnaps and tortures people, and for some reason we still let walk these streets around us, and that we as a police officer fail to prosecute her for anything she does.
Yes.
Prosecuted her before for anything she's done.
No, I'm.
Have you? Have you?
Pretty damn conflicted, I'd say.
You hired lawyers or worked with police officers regarding?
Yes. I have been told that I can't push charges by other cops because they're have some skewed view of the law about serial assaults and killings.
She's defending Lizzie. Imagine.
During this time that you're pleading for him to stop and to look, give me a second.
Holy shit, what lap are we on? I'm actually getting lightheaded.
Me too. Holy shit! I'm not even the one in this room.
Questions, Silas?
No, not right now. I don't believe a word he's saying.
Do you make a habit of reaching out to gang members to assist you in?
Debbie, you should have been here an hour ago.
Oh. Boom.
I'm not going to entertain Demi right now. I'm really not.
What the fuck was that question?
No, not right now. I don't believe a word he's saying.
I don't know. Why don't you ask your dad, Demi?
Do you make a habit of reaching out to gang members to assist you in police matters?
Oh. Boom.
That's what I would have said.
I'm not going to entertain Demi right now. I'm really not.
I get it.
What the fuck is happening right now?
All those text messages that you're talking about.
All of them, yeah. All
of those happened after Lilith was found. So what the fuck are you talking about?
No.
What?
That wasn't the case at all. Are you kidding me?
She was. She was found. The cameras were given out to those people that you were texting and already knew where Lilith was.
That's not the case at all. Are you delusional?
Lilith was found literally like
fucking
days
dog shit cop.
after.
I don't know how he's even corporately
No.
promoted because
These events.
Lilith was found not days after. Lilith was found the same day after that traffic stop.
That's just not information I have, and also I just don't think true.
You don't think it's true?
No.
Like, what is
and
the
when
timeline?
was she found then?
If I get,
See, I don't know whose timeline is fucked here. I don't know who's the wrong and who's the right because I haven't looked far into this. At this point, I don't know who's right and who's wrong. Like, I don't know which one.
Stop for a second. But you have the timeline.
Oh my god!
Again, first of all, this is for the charges of relating to
Me too, Moose. Me too.
attempted murder of an officer.
Charges haven't even brought up.
Why the fuck?
Me too, Moose.
You have the timeline as to when she was found. Surely you can correlate the two. If Bloom doesn't know when it was found, you can look at the difference between when she was found to the last hour the text was sent. You have this information.
Okay.
What information does
I'm
it give
just
to Bloom
confused.
to say how long after
That's
these
obvious.
texts was Lilith found?
My
I'm
name.
just confused on how you guys had such communication with
Randall.
Sis regarding where she is, or where
Hold on.
Lizzie is.
Didn't Treddy ask him right at the start? Did you find Lilith? And Bloom said no. So he knows. He knows that Bloom doesn't know that Lilith's been found. He asked him at the start, "Do you know? Did you find Lilith?" And Bloom says no.
And we're looking for Lilith, and this is a big deal, but you never found out when Lilith was found?
As soon as Lilith was found, I was hyper focused on Pond. I didn't talk to Lilith until I want to say 4 or 5 days after she was found. Which, I mean, if you just went through my phone, that's obvious because she asked, she pinged me and asked to talk to me, and we just talked about how horrible all this is, and how I told her to talk to Pond because Pond's been through the same exact thing.
They did have that talk.
My contact with Sis virtually ceased after I started looking hyper fixating on Pond because we started getting leads. I believe, and this might even be too many calls, but I think in the following days maybe I talked to Sis once or twice. I might be forgetting here. I'm sure y'all know, you have the call logs, but as soon as all these texts happen in that day of phone calls and stuff, I don't keep contact with Sis at all.
Okay, and then the Crane stuff. Crane didn't contact
Yeah, I know he's mad because he's getting something.
Sis or do anything with the Funkhauser stuff until after you texted Sis.
Y'all, it's looking really coming out,
I
y'all.
also don't believe that to be true. I'm literally in a car with Crane and we're talking about the Sis situation. He figures out about Sis from me with...
Yeah, I couldn't have had this patience. I would have broken down at this point. Holy shit. The fact that he is so patient and still going through the same shit over and over should show the sheer cooperation and the wanting to make sure that he got the correct story across. Because if this had been me, I would have had a mental breakdown by now.
Night. If that's the case, I mean, I'm not saying, hey, phone records lie, but that's how I remember it. Crane was the one...
Man is being the main tank right now, and he's just getting absolutely fucked on.
We were all in a car together. Crane was telling Sis where Funkhauser was, actively. And as I recall it, it was that happened, and then I was like, okay, well, since I'm dodging his calls and stuff, let me just tell him exactly what Crane said.
Thought that was a good idea. You thought,
Okay, okay, what lap? What lap? What fucking lap?
Again.
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
Saying,
Awesome. Because right now we're doing 18 laps while the actual murderer and the person y'all should be looking for and interrogating. Let me look. Oh, wait, sorry, I don't have my MDW on me. I was taken with my phone. Still, and last time I checked, on the loose.
What are you talking about?
He and Mercer.
Okay. I'm glad you're worried about the murderer of him after you helped Sis look for Ezra.
No. He helped Sis look for Lizzie, who had Lilith. Do you know? The SDSO never once came to any of the Unified Police Department meetings to talk about what happened with Ezra and say, hey, maybe you guys should be looking for Kian. You need to be looking out for this person. Not once did I see them in a meeting that I was at least, where they made the effort to come down from their sandy shores and talk about a bolo, which went up like 5 days late or some shit. Because, let's be honest, they think that they have Kian dead to rights, so they went for somebody. Am I part of Bloom's defense, or am I just watching? These tapes are entered into evidence, so I'm watching, and I'm using all of this information in character that I gained. So, I can't be part of Bloom's defense because he is Pond's boyfriend, so I cannot be part of his defense team. What I can do is tell Gil about what I find. I can tell his defense team about what I find in these videos, and in these recordings. And I can help him out. I just can't put anything or talk about anything in court.
Oh, I'm glad you're concerned now.
Go fuck yourself. You
Yes!
you go
after you.
I swear. Yes!
Look for Ezra.
Yes! Fucking yes! That's my Bloom.
Oh, I'm glad you're concerned now.
Go fuck yourself.
You are putting these.
You go fuck yourself right now, Toretti. If you think that I actively did that, if you think me actually I actually did that, then I guess that's that. You've already made up your mind. It's been evident here, and you can go fuck yourself.
Mind, Bloom.
Oh.
Yes, it has.
Oh.
Well, you did do it.
Bloom,
your mind's not made up right now. Your mind's not made up.
Bloom, you were a smart cop. You are very good at your job.
That's what you said.
I didn't. I said you are a smart cop.
Hunk of War, appreciate the
what
prime for
you're
2 months.
You know how to find things. You know how to work cases.
So I was just probably playing fucking the basketball game in the background and wasn't actually listening.
You know how to pump. You know how to do everything. You're not incompetent in any way. So it blows my mind that out of nowhere and all of a sudden you forget who Sis is, what kind of person Sis is. You don't think to just say, hey, Ezra went 42. He's not around.
Holy shit, the angry typing to do that emote. Holy fuck. That was okay. I have heard that typing a few times in my life. And that's when he starts moaning at people in WoW chat. And like all I hear in like my mic, all I hear in Discord is like because of him going crazy at the people in WoW chat. That's all I end up hearing is him just like losing his shit. Holy shit! I know that typing in anywhere.
I
know that typing anywhere.
What kind of person Sis is? You don't think to just say, "Hey, Ezra went 42. He's not around." You think it's a good idea, regardless of a deterrent on Sis. And that all of a sudden, after you're trying so hard to find Lilith, regardless of your obviously involvement with Lily, there was no contact regarding when Lilith was found.
So what you're saying is you don't think a man under a great amount of stress, because I'm one of the few people looking for a sergeant in the PBSO that's missing, while also being the only cop looking for another missing person, would have a lapse in, I'm not even gonna say a lapse in judgment, I'm going to say slip up in how I delivered my deterrent. You don't believe that could happen? You don't believe I slipped up and fucked up a little bit while I'm having this great bit of stress on me?
Oh, I know you fucked up, Bloom. I know how
yeah,
much
but you just said you
fucked up.
can't believe it. Like you said that's so uncharacteristically like me that it must be me assisting in Ezra Funkhauser's murder 11 days later by a completely different person, when Ezra Funkhauser went down to Liquid Library willingly to apologize for shit that no one instructed him to do. And as described to me, by the way, not in the report, it wasn't even he was there to apologize. I don't know. It was explained to me it was a pre-cum situation leading to his death. That is why you can go fuck yourself. 11 days after someone completely uninvolved, Sis fessing to a murder that even Malton said in the meeting, no one actually believes he had anything to do with it. No one. Malton said that in the Shift 3 meeting. And here we are. You think I did.
You don't
That's
think
why you can go fuck
it
yourself.
doesn't weigh on your mind at all that regardless of whether you were a part of the actual death of Ezra at the time.
Oh my fucking god! How is this just like, I can't even fucking believe that he's having to like defend himself like this and they've already like fucking made up his mind.
The
Like
day
how?
that traffic stop
How?
happened, when you're giving out that stupid fucking information, you don't hold any responsibility, you think, for helping Sis even attempt to murder him? Even attempt to go after him? Even attempt to go after Lizzie? Which I know you don't give a shit about. And I know you don't give a shit about because I also know you were in contact with Sis when Lizzie was being fucking...
I'm not gonna lie, if Debbie fucking speaks, I'm gonna fucking throw something.
Fed the pigs. Yep, I'm the one that was
I
fucking
swear
pinged
to
there.
God. I'm already tilted. I'm tilted from her fucking psychopath to psychopath shit.
You were pinged there.
Yep.
You also were having a lot of phone
I
calls with
swear to
Sis that
God.
day.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, or where are we on to now? Tell me, because this sounds like it's about to get wild as shit.
I'm gonna just move my
What are you
keyboard.
implying right now?
I'm gonna move my keyboard.
Debbie!
I don't know. Maybe because I was the only cop helping him for, at that point, I guess a day and a half, look for his daughter.
Did you ever ask anybody to help you? Look for Lilith?
Cross again! Yes, he asked Tessa! He asked Crane! He was with Brian! Cross!
Did you ask anybody in the PD for help?
to sleep. Good! Fucking do, because I'm so upset!
I was with Willie for a little
So
bit.
tilting!
So why are you pretending like you're the only one out there when you could go and
Because
ask-
Willie was not... Cross,
you're a
Cross.
sergeant. You can ask other people to
Cross.
help you search for
You're
somebody.
acting like you're a martyr right now when you have.
You
so many
shut... Demi,
officers
Demi,
at
can you
your
just shut the fuck up?
Same! Same fucking sentiment,
It was
holy
not-
shit!
Cross,
You're a
Cross.
sergeant. You can ask other people to
Cross.
help you search for
You're
somebody.
acting like you're a martyr right now when you have.
You shut... Demi, can you just shut the fuck up?
Imagine going over the interrogation evidence before court. Bruh, the fact that we were given this 22 hours before the court date, also at like 2 a.m. UK time, is insane to me. Because I don't know if you heard the shit that Debbie said in hers, but holy fuck. Holy fuck. Woo!
Okay, then sit there and learn because you're already... So we're already on lap like 20, and you're trying to pick up lap 2
Oh, I'm doing this as though Ponder's watching these interrogations.
for yourself.
Wait,
No, it's not. It's not. It's new to you.
Everyone in the room just needs to settle down for just a
Like, I've purposely not watched the shit until they got put on the docket.
moment, please. Okay, Ross had his first question. Please, for the love of God, just so that the fucking recording, I don't even care anymore about the fucking...
You woke up like the
24/7 audience. Just so
Undertaker
the
at
fucking
3 a.m.
recording in
What
the room
time
has
is
some
it?
semblance of fucking anything. Can we just answer one question at a time?
Oh, 3 a.m. Yeah. It was
Please.
like 3 a.m. It was like
So
2, 3
you're
a.m.
asking
It's
Ross's
insane.
question rephrase.
Did you ask anybody in the UPD to help you search for Lilith? Because you keep putting it on yourself, saying you.
Bruh, why does he have to ask? Why does Bloom have to ask for help? Is everyone that brain dead in the PD that they couldn't, just have initiative? Is he's literally saying that like the whole PD doesn't have initiative,
You
so
were the
Bloom
only
must
one
have had
doing
to
this
do
job.
it.
Did you ask anybody to
I
help?
need to turn my aircon
The
on.
only time
Holy
I
fuck.
came in contact with another officer in regards to Lilith was when Willie asked me to come help look for someone that was getting shot up near the lighthouse, to which I agreed, and we stumbled onto a bunch of HOA there looking for Lilith, because lighthouse, I guess, and I told Willie, I said, you probably don't want to get wrapped up in all this. It's a missing person, because I'm sure your view is very similar to mine, Cross. I think you might be the only person in this room that has the same view as mine, that no cop actually gives a shit about missing persons at all,
Not
even
wrong.
if it's
You're not
an
fucking
officer.
wrong.
So
That's not true at all, Bloom.
Hold
I
on,
put
hold
together
Really?
a
Has
manhunt
Pon
for
done jet
every
training?
missing
She's
officer.
done 2
Yes, including
sessions.
Pon.
She needs to do her training for missiles. Is her next part. She needs to do missile training.
even if it's an officer. So
That's not true at all, Bloom.
Hold
I
on,
put
hold
together
Really?
a manhunt for every missing officer. Yes, including Pond. I tried for days to get people to look for her. I had teams out 3 days in a row
Tried.
looking for Pond.
The biggest word there is tried, because once an officer hears that someone's missing, all they do is they open up the MDW, they check if they've been seen recently, and they go, oh, well, I'm not going to look for them. because I know that they're not on the server.
We weren't turning any stones. The information was being kept by Odessa and fucking Ashley, I believe, when it came to that fucking shit. The SCU was keeping a tight grip on any information, so we couldn't get any fucking leads. And I didn't even find out any of that information until like maybe 2 or 3 days before she was fucking found.
If only there was
So we
something
did
the
all we
sheriff of the
could.
PBSO could have done to the SCU and two fresh
How am I
deputies.
supposed to? Because I don't know that they have the information. What am I supposed to do?
Saying that people were actively looking for Pond besides a select very few is laughable.
times.
And also,
Several times.
also, I will say this: this has been the largest showing of people looking for an officer kidnapped. If that isn't Bass Toretti or you or someone of rank that I've ever seen. So yes, this is the first time I feel like I actually had people looking for someone. Any other time, I don't see anyone else looking for kidnapped people, even when they're officers, unless it's Bass. Everyone jumps.
Question that you didn't answer.
Holy shit! You mean the entire thing that just led to this?
The one where Willie, you bring it up to one officer. He's asking, did you actually try to set up a team? Did you try to reach out to HBTU? Did you try to reach out, put together an actual task force?
Did you? Did you? Did you? Did anyone? I'm getting sorted. I'm getting sorted. You. Oh my god! I'm drinking to get through this. Legit. I'm watching this because I need to know. Like, I have to know in character. Like, what the fuck happened?
To try to find this person. You're a sergeant. Did you actually ask officers other than Willie?
Yeah, and you're in SCU, and you knew about these reports. You would have had access to them. Did you?
No, I didn't because when brought up to Willie, he also wasn't comfortable with me kicking indoors, even when I knew it was legal and talked to Crane and it was legal.
Well, you were aware of you.
No one wants to get wrapped up in that shit.
You were in contact with Winston.
Okay.
He was working this case. Him, Copper, all those people.
Okay. He was looking for Pond too.
Right. He was looking for both of them. So how can you say that nobody else was looking?
Okay. Well, SCU like to say they're looking for someone and then sit in MRPD for 8 hours.
Okay, but that's not the point.
Because guess what? Whenever I was warning, whenever all this was going down,
facts,
and I was warning Winston about everything, he was getting pinged to Mirror Park by something completely unrelated, and then was getting into 80s and shit. I'm sorry, SCU sits in a room for 8 hours a day, and also people can't help but chase fast cars.
Hey, back off! Back the fuck off!
Weren't you part of SCU?
Back off!
Yes.
Why'd you get removed?
I don't give a shit to answer any question about that, but it was a great decision on SCU.
Back
Thank you for removing me, SCU.
Punch catches space! What the fuck?
It just sounds like you wanted to be a lone wolf in all of this, and then now you're complaining after the fact to make yourself sound
I'm not complaining. I'm giving you exactly what happened.
But
What part of me? What did I say at all? Which, by the way, you wouldn't know because you
Ironic timing for a 94 to pop off, by the way.
haven't been here. So have I said at all? Man, no one was helping me look for Lilith, and I was begging, I was asking.
Man, I wish
No part of me.
here sooner. That would have been great. I wouldn't have to be re-asking all these fucking questions. But you know what? I can't control that. So what's gonna happen?
Stop.
Hold on. So she's mad that she wasn't able to be in this interrogation earlier. So she's mad about not being able to be there. So she's taking it out on Bloom because she was late. Sorry, I'm just looking for the fucking audacity. I can't find it.
Pretending like they haven't been answered then. Ask your fellow detectives and people on this case if these questions have been asked.
Oh no, trust me. I will listen to the recording. I'm just stating why I'm asking my questions now. Because I would like to hear it in person and not from a recording.
Yeah, but it doesn't move anyway. It's just repeating the same fucking thing to everyone in the
Well,
room.
that's not my problem.
Okay, well,
Kyle, did you have any part in? Finding Lilith.
I go to a boost, you said.
Were you aware that Winston?
Bob, dang, appreciate the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much.
Is this more friendly fire?
Oh, sorry. What? They had to go to a boost, you said?
Were you aware that Winston was
Friendly fire.
actually one of the people who was given the information of where Lilith was?
No, I wasn't. Nobody made me aware when Sis said he wanted to put in a missing persons report. I took the report with Carter.
I was talking to
present, made
Bloom.
sure-
Oh god, Molten's back. Here we go. Another round.
Again, yeah, I thought you were talking to him too, because I was ready to answer. I don't know
Oh,
where
God,
Lilith was
he's
found.
gone. Thank fucking god.
I know that she was found at some point after all this just mess, and during me looking for Pond. So the most amount of, I learned that she was blind 5 days. No, sorry, I learned that she was blinded by bleach like 3 days after she was found, which was about 2 days before I even got to talk to her. Because I ever.
Busted that.
He called
Lamau.
me. It lasted about 11 seconds, and it went a little like this. I was telling Gil. It went, "Hey, sorry for
Oh
always
no.
being a."
Molten asked questions at the start. He was round number 6, I want to say.
Get
7.
you. Thanks for helping look for Lilith. Of contact I had with the.
We talked a little bit about you helping in actually saving Lizzie Burns' life, I guess, in the pig pen, I guess it was.
Oh my god.
It was off. I want to not Galileo. Yes, I think it was Galileo.
Okay. And you were ping there.
Yeah.
Did you talk to Sis before that?
I missed the ping, and yeah, I've been in contact with Sis all day. So yes, I talked to him.
Okay. Did you?
I did get the ping, and I had to call him and tell him to re-ping me.
Holy
Did you
shit.
did you write a statement or anything?
How long do we have to go?
I got several officers down there, including Tessa, Bass, others.
We have like an hour left. Are you fucking kidding me? And they wanted us to review this in 22 hours? They wanted us to review this in 22 hours and there's an hour left. What the fuck?
Did you write this?
I wrote a very brief statement, and
You were
then
the
I read.
initial officer on scene.
Yeah, and then I.
Oh my god. Sorry. Look, where is it? Hold on. Where is it? Oh, so much evidence to be sifted through. Where was my favorite case? Where was my thing? 48 hours to go through all pieces of evidence. It's not a whole lot when due diligence has been performed. But 22 is enough. 22 is enough to go through
I
it all.
read Tessa's, and I wrote a very small thing.
Okay, I kind of read a little bit of the report. Do you remember who was there?
Holy
what was
fuck.
there?
Officers?
No, when you got the ping, you were first on scene there.
Yeah.
Oh,
right?
Prince
There
back.
was about 45 seconds to a minute of me being there before
Okay.
officers backed up.
So who was there?
Lilith and Sis.
Lilith was there.
Sorry. Again, that's my bad.
Lizzie.
Lizzie.
You mean Lizzie?
Yeah, I'm
and
sorry.
Sis.
Yeah, Lizzie and Sis.
What
At that
car
point, I
was
had no
there?
clue who the fuck Lizzie was, or like she
How did they
was
get there?
unrecognizable. He said he dragged her.
From where?
He said the hills.
The hills.
Yes.
Okay. You were in contact with.
It's literally all Sis's
Sis that whole
fault.
day.
It literally is Sis's fault.
For a large portion of it, and then there was a large
Sis wanted
portion
to
where
take
I
a
wasn't,
murder
'cause
charge.
I was looking for Pond, and then there was a
And
portion
then
where
got
I was
fucked.
again.
If Sis just hadn't have said, I'll take that murder charge because he wanted it, it would have all been
And
fine.
also, I was in contact a lot at that point with Patty, like a lot. There's a lot of shit was happening
No,
with Pond,
it's literally
and
Sis.
she was getting information
who?
on Pond. Patty Mayo, senior deputy.
The cop.
At that point, I was pretty
Corporal, I
much
believe.
she's corporal now. Sorry, was in a lot of contact with her.
You're not even wrong. This
She
is
actually asked
this is Michael's fault.
me to come down to MRPD, which I was on the
He
way.
fucking died.
Because she had to give me things that the highwayman left that were Lily's, like a photo book and some notes and shit.
Also, I'm pretty sure I didn't get all my shit back from the highwayman. I'm pretty sure the highwayman still has half of my stuff, but it's beyond the point.
And that took me, I don't know, 45 minutes it felt like to get down there, because that's whenever, I hope my timeline isn't off here, that's whenever I think the highwayman stabbed Crane, and then whenever I got Crane medical attention, that's when...
Okay, we're gonna skip
then
through. I can't sit here for an hour.
With you that day? You
It's the same
riding
day.
solo that day?
It is the same day. It is Patty.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Were you riding
no,
with anybody
I never
that day?
rode with Patty. Yeah, Crane, Knight, Wrangler for that little bit. I met up with...
Are you sick, Viper?
Was it King? I was looking for the highwayman up
Not girl starving to death in the corner.
there and not paying attention.
Phone call you had with Sis.
Saying, look at the
You got the spicy cough? 07, bruh.
pigs go and shit.
When's the court case in GMT? It's midnight. So, yeah, it's midnight.
And talking about pigs and a farm and where he is. And he's all giddy and happy.
Okay, and then not too far before that, Sis called you. What did he say?
I hope you feel better,
It was
man.
after his arrest, when he was out of... I mean, you obviously didn't know he was arrested that day. I don't know if he told you on the phone.
That is whenever he was taught. That's when I was in the courthouse and he was talking about Lizzie being in custody and stuff.
Okay, because
And
he called
that's-
you like 3 times, and then you called him once.
He's already answered this. Literally already answered this.
Yeah, that's in. But that all those calls are whenever he started turning his.
He's
I knew
already
he had been to
answered
prison
this.
because I got that information in the calls, and that her motorcycle and motor pool, all the shit. That's how I got that information. Because I'm off radio in the courthouse with Wrangler waiting to talk to Crane, and I have no idea what other officers are doing and shit. Not paying attention to 311, and yeah, that's whenever I got all that information. But it was complaining about cops, talking about going after Winston and Copper, or going to murder him. Should be, if that's the only one, it would have been the one that where I called him to tell him. Should have been a few, yeah.
Did you tell her that you were going to...
Yes, I told her. There were several phone calls because it was.
Bruh, I hope you're ready for this court case to be hours. It's going to be... Okay, this court case is either going to be like 6 hours long, or it's going to be short as fuck, because they're going to drop the ball and think that they have you dead to rights. It's going to be... You'll get questioned super quickly, because they'll be like, did you shoot him? Did you have a gun? Blah, blah, blah. Done. Sis will probably have a little bit longer questioning, and then it's gonna be Bloom, who's gonna be like on the fucking stand for like 3 hours. I'm calling it now. Like, it's gonna be
Taken
so
me a while
fucking bad.
to get to her because Crane was stabbed. Had to take him to the hospital. And I took him back to car up in Cassidy, Cassidy Trail, and then on my way back down to the city and separating ways with Crane. I think I actually repaired in Toledo SO because I was my shit was all home smoking.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Peter. It's on the
I called
thing.
Patty again. I'm like, hey, sorry for the
Ironically,
delay.
this
I'm
text
on the
of
way.
like the height, the
And
fucking
then
Norman
the
Bones
Sis
on it.
ping
I'm pretty
happens,
sure.
and then I call Sis for a re-ping, and that's when we talk about the pigs and stuff. And so I go there.
I have a feeling they'll let the Brady violation slide because they'll be like, we've already delayed it. Let's just hear it out.
And that's whenever I
But
request
I'll take it into heavy
additionals is when I'm
consideration.
pulling up and I see that he's standing with an RPG on his back. That's when I get out on with my gun raised at him.
Yeah, let me hear
Apparently
it
he
out.
called
That's what I'm saying. That's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be like, we're already here. Let me hear it out, bruh.
Bass during this too.
Oh, it's gonna happen. Oh, it's gonna fucking happen.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna happen. Oh god,
You want me
put
to
that
keep
on a bingo card. I swear to God, if anyone is doing if anyone is doing bingo, please put the "let me hear it out" / "I'll take it into heavy consideration" on that card.
Apparently he called Bass. So Bass was at literally. I had to tell Bass. Bass was doing
Yeah, the questions are set to go, but I'd like to hear what they say. Oh my Jesus! Then why am I even objecting?
over radio. He's like, "Hey guys, be on the lookout for Sis Folker. He's up to some wild shit." And as he said that, I said, "Yeah, I have him at gunpoint at West Galileo. He has an RPG on his back," and that's when Sis threw up his hands. And
How about? Do you need some food?
no, I grabbed some on the way here from Polito.
Yeah, get Gillo McRib, please.
I do need to eat it.
I do.
Get this man.
I don't have enough for you.
I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I want to talk about this whole Sis thing. He caught Lizzie.
Look right in.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can say if you want, Gil, but can we?
Oh, you talking to me?
cross
Yeah.
it?
I don't care.
No,
Everyone,
no, not you.
Everyone
Not
wants to
you.
leave. I don't care. I am drained.
You able to leave the room?
Oh yeah, yes, of course.
He's a little tired.
I don't like that look of.
Chill.
I don't like that look of Silas's uniform. He looks like he was, on the bad side. Sounds. Never mind.
Yeah, maybe you should.
Like,
Doesn't look good, Bloom.
I am well aware how it looks. Unfortunately,
All right.
why?
I'm not really
Why
worried
this
at
of
all
all
about.
things?
I'm not worried about criminal charges. If I'm being honest, I didn't do this shit.
Shouldn't be.
But I am worried about my job for
Oh,
trying to do.
oh no! Oh no! I know Wrangler was pissed. I got shouted at. Like Pond's just like talking in there and fucking.
The right thing and finding a missing person. So, but if I go out by doing my job, I guess
The cop is dead. You think this is about you?
Worse
Oh
ways.
shit! That was some good fan art though. Holy, it was some good fan
Look,
art.
hey, listen, I'm gonna turn this recorder off. Gil, we
Oh,
need to talk
shit.
to Bloom privately. All right, can you respect that?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, when does it get turned back on? Is the
Ace.
question.
this. Yes, and he,
Okay.
What everybody? They're gonna make me put the fucking thing down.
I guess yeah, you gotta press the button again. It's a little jammed up from whatever the fuck ash has been in there.
You look great today, by the way.
Thank you.
Not Pred fucking complimenting Demi.
well, Bundy's here, everyone.
Oh
So we started to talk about this you catching Sis with Lizzie.
Yeah, at the farm.
The few phone calls you had with him in between them. What did you remember? Sis never mentioned going to jail. He called you
No.
that day.
Remember, whenever I was in the courthouse, he called me from prison to tell me he was waiting for Lizzie to be sent up, which is when I figured out Lizzie was even apprehended.
Okay. And then you called him back a little bit later. What is it? It looks like you talked to Winston.
Yeah, warning him that Sis would be hunting him
Lucy.
with copper.
Okay. And then right after you talked to Winston, you called Sis.
Yes.
And then right after that, you called Winston again.
Yes, and he didn't pick up. That's
Right.
whenever that was the whole frantic me trying to notify Winston that he is getting. Okay, sorry, no, I'm recalling now. The first call to Winston was me asking what the hell's up with Lizzie and stuff, and to inform if my memory is correct, this timeline is I called him to inform him that what he probably already knew was that Sis is waiting up in prison for Lizzie to be sent, and that it's not a smart idea to do it. And I believe the conversation was like, I got this, I'm a cop. Okay, cool, sounds good, I trust you. And
Okay, how did he get your ping?
We'd been together all day. I think I pinged him to oh yeah, when I was checking the warehouses and stuff. When we were looking for Lilith, I was explaining where a location was, and we exchanged pings.
He sounds just so fucking done at this point. Holy shit.
Okay. And then
Round
not very soon,
fucking 17.
Before Lizzie was found, you called Sis again. Then after that, you called Patty.
Yeah, so that would have been me asking him to reping me because I lost it. And then that would have been me calling Patty because I knew she was on the radio because I asked her radio if Patty was on radio, if she even knew what I was doing. Because at that point, she was under the impression I was immediately on my way to MRPD because I thought I was going to be. And it was not happening at a fast pace. So I called her, said, hey, are you on radio? Did you hear what's happening? She said, no. Said I found Sis with Lizzie and it's all horrible and all this, whatever. And then I told her, I will be there soon. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Because that at that point, I feel like she'd been waiting on me for like 40 minutes or something. So that's why I immediately contacted Patty. That's when I met with Patty on the top floor next to the meeting room in MRPD. And Tessa walked up and Dan was there and the highwayman for a little bit was there. And Ezra walked up and said, hey, I just wanted to apologize. I'm paraphrasing. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said. It was along the lines, apologize for letting her go on the traffic stop. I understand the error of my ways. It won't happen again. And that's when I apologized for screaming at him because I did kind of just, I did yell at him. I was very ticked off. I said I was pretty harsh in talking to you while you should have had someone talk to you and reprimand you. I was pretty harsh and I apologize.
And this was all
in front of Patty and Tessa Dan was just in a corner. He wasn't in earshot or anything, I don't think.
Okay.
And this I apologized to him. We made up. He walked downstairs. That's quite literally the last time I saw Ezra until I got on duty and I started writing with Jeffrey Bundy on the day of Ezra's murder and I said Jeffrey Bundy. Fucking Jeff Price. And
Was he thinking about it?
That was the first time.
About anything with the Ezra. You called
I
Sis.
blame him at this point. Holy fuck, this is horrendous. This is actually horrendous. I really don't blame him.
And then
this is
after
so
you
bad.
called Patty.
Yes,
you called Sis to have him to ping you again. You called Patty.
Yes, to inform because I tried to get her attention on radio.
Hold on. So, on one hand, they're like, how come you didn't contact any officers about this and have a paper trail? But then the one time he does do it, they're questioning him on why he called another officer. Okay.
When I brought all the officers up, and I had to arrest them with Lizzie and whatnot. And I said, sorry, be there soon. I know you expected me a while ago. Sorry to have you wait. That was that conversation of Patty.
You called Patty at the scene.
Yes! For the fourth time already!
Of the
talking about highwayman stuff. And I had missed calls from her because literally highwayman stuff. I don't want to get into too much detail, but it was very, it was a lot. And I just didn't want to talk to her. Juno Sweeney called me. I didn't want to talk to her. And then there's a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, they're literally, like I already said about Cross, they're literally making a narrative that already fits what they have. They don't care. They're trying to make it so that he's lying, and
So-
it just fits the narrative they already have in their minds. They don't care. They don't care.
Okay, so what was this whole conversation about on the roof with Ezra? Was that during this
It was
time
not the
frame?
room. It was right next to the meeting room, and as I just laid out, I was
after.
Yeah, he sought me out.
Right, but this just to be sure, because you mentioned like the day of Ezra's murder. I'm talking about when Lizzie was found.
Yeah.
That was when that conversation
Correct.
after you arrested Sis.
Correct. As soon as I arrested Sis, I walk upstairs in MRPD. I talk to Patty. Tessa walks up, and we're like, "Hey, we're talking about some highwayman shit. Don't know if you want to be involved or even hear this." She hangs out. Sure. And that's when Ezra walks up, and I also inform him. I said, "Hey, we're talking about some shit that I don't know if you want to get involved in." And he said, "Oh, I'm just here to apologize to Bloom." And I said, "There's no need, like, don't apologize. Just do better. I am sorry that I spoke to you so harshly, but what you did was fucking stupid." And yeah. And then we made up.
That's good. You made up, but Sis seemed pretty adamant about taking a couple murder charges here and there.
Yeah, he was
CFX is down again.
hoping she died and could catch a 9's charge. And he said it would all be worth it if Lizzie died. And now it sounds like he's confessing to Ezra's murder, even though via the report that I read, and Malton even saying it doesn't sound like he actually had anything to do with it. If you're asking me why, I don't know. It's fucking Sis. He's insane.
Right. Why did you did you ride with anybody else that day?
Bro, I swear if we go over the same shit for the 800th time, why must we go round? It is!
So at this point, I think is that when I rode with
you were in?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I rode with Sweeney for a little bit that day.
You called her a bunch of times after the Winston thing.
Yeah, I left her somewhere, and then I told her to get a ride, and then I said I'd meet her at MRPD, and then I did, and then she left with Patty, and then
where did you go?
I left, and that's whenever the highwayman stuff happened up in the hill. This is all before I even arrested Sis.
Holy
highwayman
shit!
Was giving me more hints as to where Pond was. Excuse me, hiccup. And so I immediately sent it to the highway because highwaymen. I take LS Freeway all the way around the island. I'm just looking for anything, getting hints from him.
By yourself?
At this point, yes. At this point.
Did you ask for any? Did you call anybody that you confided in? I mean, you seem to be pretty close with Pat.
Gonna lose
Patty
my mind.
You were
going to lose it.
Yeah. So dragging people into a case, and which by the way, I wasn't opposed to. I enjoyed other people's. I suck at this whole riddle shit and all these hints and whatnot. Anytime any information was given to me that I needed assistance on, I called Ranger Tessa Lamb whenever we went to Cassidy Trail. I said, we're under a bridge. I have here are my clues. I have bridge, I have cold, I have highway, and so we're there and all this stuff. And then and then Brian Knight and I were in contact a lot. And then Dan and I were there was help being had. This specific instance, I had no one with me, but I was getting information. And at this point, it was him frustrated that I accidentally missed one of his calls. And he was really not happy about that at all. At all.
I'm just I'm wondering if you just if anybody can help confirm what you were doing that day, or where you were, what you were doing.
Yeah, Patty.
Patty knew about where you were.
Yeah, they were.
Okay. Up in Cassidy Trail area, you said
Cassidy-
earlier.
Well, that was with the whole Crane stuff when Crane got
right.
stabbed. But
And then
at that
there
point,
was-
whenever all that Highwayman stuff was happening, I was on the beach of Polito.
Oh, let me guess. They never talked to Paddy, did they?
was at this cove. It's literally marked a cove. I was looking for a cave. I wasn't sure if they knew the difference between a cave and a cove, so I just looked for both. Found the cove, never found the cave. And then the Highwayman stabbed some dude up there and slit his throat when I wouldn't kill him. He was like, this guy has... So basically, okay, totally derailed, but essentially this dude was picked up by the Highwayman, shot, which was kind of weird. He didn't always shoot people. And then he left, the Highwayman left River, aka Pond's dog, with this guy tied to a pole next to him. When I show up, I see the dog, and I'm like, well, that's weird. I'm like, thank God I have her, though. And then the guys just keep saying Lily Pond, and then the Highwayman tells me to kill the guy because he was the one that helped kidnap Pond. And I was like, that doesn't make sense at all. Why would I do that? I just questioned the dude. I'm like, you got picked up here or stuff? And he confirmed to me that he was just told to tell me Lily's name over and over until I did something. And then when I was getting ambulance down, Balto, the guy said that was the car he got up into Toledo originally.
Was Lily found then? You found her?
No, Lily was not found until...
She was not there.
God, no. Well, funnily enough, she was just across the highway in a house. And
Yep.
Okay.
That was not clear until days later.
So
Lily
close.
was found like 3 days ago.
Okay.
I guess 4 at this point. I think.
Were you with Sis at all that day?
Oh my god.
Well, yeah, that's the same day we were driving around looking. It was threatening to kill. Says before I start
Jesus
Pond,
Christ.
Brian goes to bed after a couple hours. I go looking for Pond with Crane. Crane gets stabbed, get him medical, leave Crane, go up to Polito, looking for Pond. That stuff happens with everything I just laid out with the neck slitting and the guy and the dog.
So Crane would be able to corroborate your story about what happened here.
I mean, yeah, he was with me. A man stabbing someone in front of her, swung at him. It was
big day.
Reebok 88. Appreciate the one of the last things I did in the day.
Can I post a link? Sure.
It was
Over
reference
to
the report.
MRPD?
I would have to reference the report of like what time it was, but it was like late in the day.
You drove
And
him to MRPD.
when I
What?
I picked up Sis and arrested him, and she got carted away in an ambulance. Drove to MRPD. Before I did that, I called. While we're waiting on an ambulance, I called Patty. I told her what was going on. I said, "Hey, this shit's happening. I'll be a minute."
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about way before when you were with Sis and Lizzie.
I wasn't with Sis or Lizzie. I was with Sis, like
with
early in the day before he was sent to prison, and I found out in courtroom that Lizzie was in prison, or sorry, Lizzie was in jail, not prison. I was never with Lizzie, and my contact with Sis ceased until I
That's in 2019,
ceased.
Lamau. Easy. No, Viper's just like in any reason, he doesn't have to get, he goes out to come to court tonight. He's like, I'm gonna take a tweet from 2019, send it to the judge, I don't have to come tonight. What he'll do is he'll take a picture, but ignore, he won't put the date in. He ain't going to court.
There's no way anybody would have spotted you in a car with Sis in between that time, right?
I wasn't, so I don't see how that's possible now.
No.
No, 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 no. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh no. What? Okay, here we go.
Demi, do you have anything?
Say no.
No.
Thank God. Thank God. Perfect. Okay.
I don't know if you wanted to bring up the one thing, but that's up to you.
Debbie?
The one thing.
There's a lot of things, but I mean, yeah. Did you call the ambulance for
I'm gonna adjust my
Lizzie?
chair for this
Yes.
one.
Okay.
It went a little like this. It was, I have Sizz, RPG on his back. I need backup here at West, I think it was West Galileo, East Galileo, something. And then I get them there, and that's when I get him in cuffs, and I immediately call for 52s.
I'm surprised you actually. I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised you didn't wait a little bit before you called in the ambulance.
Why?
Considering, I mean, you hated Lizzie.
I hate 90% of the people, more probably, that I arrest every day. I hate a lot of
Right.
people more than Lizzie.
Come on, you hate more people than Lizzie, the person who just kidnapped Lilith and tortured her, and
yeah, I hate
that you were helping.
Oh,
you
don't
were
get me
spending
wrong.
I'm
all your
entirely
time-
cringing.
But I hate
Oh no.
people more than her.
Oh no.
Are you indicating that you're surprised? I mean, not indicating. You're saying that you're surprised I didn't just sit there and let pigs eat her?
Yeah, I actually am.
Okay, well, I pulled her away from the pigs towards the side of the road, and after he was cuffed, and called 52s before I even did that.
Did you read the report regarding this catching Lizzie?
The Tessa's report, I need a refresher, but I did read it, yes.
Okay. It said something about you letting Sizz go with an RPG on in his hands.
What? Okay, well,
And
I
Tessa was the one that
took
called for backup.
Okay, that wasn't the situation at all. I called for backup. It went like this. I pull up to the scene. I said, I have Sizz Folker at gunpoint at the farm off of Galileo. I need immediate 77s. To that, Tessa responded. I think Willie, that's a guess though, responded. And then Bass, who wasn't on radio, listening to radio, whatever, after I get him in cuffs and stuff, says, we all need to be on the lookout for Sizz Folker. He called me. He's doing weird shit. And I say, Bass, I have Sizz Folker in cuffs off Galileo. He says, good job, Bloom. And he drives up there and is there. So I can confirm Bass was there, Tessa was there, and at least a third officer, maybe a fourth. I feel like other than me, sorry. So I guess that would be a total of 5.
Wrangler's out.
If I had to guess who it was, there were SUVs. I think LSPD. I would think maybe not Kieran Harvey Holden. 100% confirmed traffic.
Even Patty was the person you called right before this happened.
So I realize I don't know what
And
side
there's
is
no car on scene here.
He was here because during Lizzie's interrogation, Toretti griefed him and was like, you're not even fucking here, you can't talk shit. That's literally why he was there.
And you're believing that Sizz dragged her body from somewhere?
That's what he said. I looked around. I didn't see any vehicle. I didn't see any evidence of dragging. Besides the dragging that I did. I mean, I didn't see a blood trail or anything. I'd have to reference the photo. I didn't even see blood from her in the pig trough, I don't believe. I think they were eating it all up.
Oh no. Anyway.
Okay. So, at what point? I'm just there's a timeline missing here with you finding Sis with her, and I guess you
How is there a
must have.
timeline missing? Is it because it's not a timeline you want? Or is it because it's the timeline I gave you was that I was in Polito dealing with a guy whose throat was getting slit by the highwayman? Because I literally just told you all that. How do you mean a timeline is missing?
Okay.
What?
Well, then when did you pick up Lizzie Byrne with Sis?
Like maybe a minute or two prior to that phone call with Patty.
What about after he poisoned her?
I don't know what the fuck you're even talking about. There was no poison, there was an RPG, and there was a pig trough. I did not take her to Pillbox, or sorry, Viceroy. I didn't see over her Viceroy. I was overseeing arresting Sis. And
You don't
then
think
I
anybody
arrested
saw
him.
you guys?
What are you talking about,
Are you
Toretti?
just throwing blind allegations towards him now at this point? Because it just seems like
You sound fucking dumb. You're like, what the fuck?
These are absolutely wild allegations.
you're just saying like you don't believe no one saw you on scene.
I
there?
know. I can't imagine how late it was.
Doing
Yeah.
all of this as if it's like
It's the same
piece that's
allegation
gonna
that
make us
somehow
fold.
is the same allegation. It's just as wild as somehow I had to do directly with Ezra's death. It's
Okay, hold on. We're gonna change gears here. So you
Okay, I'm gonna need a minute. I'm gonna need a minute. I'm gonna need a minute. Woo!
You were the first one to respond on scene with
yes, I was
Sis
pinged
and
there.
Lizzie?
I wasn't given explicitly what was happening. He was talking about look at him go, talking about the pigs.
And you said that you were the processing officer for Sis.
Correct. I was first on scene. I put him in cuffs. I documented the RPG on him. I didn't find any casings or anything on scene. I didn't find a projectile. I saw a burnt Lizzie Byrne in a pig trough.
Photos of anything?
Yes, I did.
Why was none of that put in the report?
Probably because I was looking for Lily Pond. I have the photos on my camera. I can upload immediately after this if you'd like.
I'm just trying to figure out, as the person in charge of the scene, if this man, has a class 3 in RPG, you've documented it, you've taken photos, you're the first one here. Why none of that was put into the police report? I feel like that's kind of just basic policing at this point. You're a sergeant, right?
Okay,
You
well,
would know how to do your job, correct?
yeah, I know exactly how to do my job pretty damn well, I'd say.
The photos or the evidence added to the police report.
Because immediately after sending Sis up, I immediately went to looking for the highwayman, watching Dan get stabbed by him in MRPD. I was talking to Patty about Pond. I was looking for Pond. I had kind of an agenda that I was trying to do here that worried more about...
Yeah, I'd say there.
The report they're talking about isn't in evidence? No, it's not. It's not.
There's some kind of an agenda.
I'm sure you believe that. I'm sure you and certain people behind this glass probably believe exactly that. Demi, you've always believed.
The report that Demi is talking about right now was never submitted into evidence. It's not there.
That. And now I did have things that were more pressing than putting all the evidence into a report that someone already pled guilty to, and we're waiting to see if she dies in ICU.
The cum unit.
Okay, I'm gonna see how this one goes.
Then putting all the evidence into a report that someone already
gonna
pled
move my
guilty to,
keyboard
and
again.
we're waiting to
I'm
see
just
if she
gonna move
dies in
this.
ICU.
The cum unit.
Where is this going?
Are you part of the cum unit?
Yes.
Okay, so you find somebody with an RPG and you don't even think to document it or put together a search warrant. Like if I find somebody with a fucking rocket launcher, the first thing I'm going to do is write a document that I can kick their doors down, especially if I'm
Holy
part
shit.
of the cum unit.
Okay, then
The whole point of the community is that you take a weapon off of somebody and you don't charge them to encourage people to not carry them anymore. How the unit works.
Then how about you
Also,
fucking
you
do
are-
it?
Also not
Asking you as a
stop.
member of the comm unit why you
Okay,
would do this.
just my client is no longer going to entertain any of this.
Well,
line of
no, hold
questioning
on. I'll
'cause it's
fucking
just
entertain it.
stupid.
When's the last time a search warrant was made off of a comm unit? Is that something the comm unit is known for doing? Since you know so much about the comm unit. Oh, you don't know. Oh, so okay, you don't know. Let me just clarify that. You don't know. Okay, cool. I'm just making sure you don't know. Gotcha.
Because yeah, I'm not part of the comm unit. Never operated with them. So I'm asking you these questions.
Why are you presuming that you know how it's done?
Know how they operate.
I'm trying to understand standard operating procedures. If it's
The comm unit is class 2s under mandate.
standard for
Right.
the comm unit to see an RPG and ignore it.
Is it standard that we see the same person with a class 2 every single day and don't file search warrants, Demi?
How many people have been caught with Dragonovs and not fucking had search warrants done?
'Cause I do
How
that.
many people? How many people?
Asking how it works.
This is a class
Okay,
3.
this is okay.
Oh my god, we've never
Okay.
seen a class 3 ever.
Holy shit,
Holy shit.
let's just stop for a moment. Okay, was Sis charged with fucking class 3 possession?
He was.
Yeah.
Okay, boom. Okay, there. He was charged with fucking class 3 possession. Did he plead guilty to class 3 possession?
He did.
Okay, okay, whatever. I'm doing the fucking line of question. He fucking is
Sorry,
going
we're
to.
doing my time. I'm the one asking him the question.
Oh no! Ooh, I don't think this is gonna end well.
Okay, you're okay. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Unless I'm arrested or anything, I can walk out that door.
Yep.
So,
Out of water an hour ago.
If we want to go down that road,
do you want to go down that road? Because I can get really difficult really fast, Demi. I'm trying to work with you, and now all these wild accusations and stabs in the dark, not making sense, and just saying that I'm not doing basic.
Why is she questioning him about nothing that has nothing to do with the death of Ezra? That's why we're here, because a cop was killed by Kian Mercer, but let's fuck on Bloom because he didn't do a report within 24 hours because he was too busy looking for his missing girlfriend who was getting tortured at the time. I'm so sorry!
Basic police work.
Well, you're not.
Okay.
There's no picture of the RPG in the report.
Did I hear what he said?
Like I said, I have photos. They're on my camera. As soon as this is done, if you would like
I'm convinced Toretti and Soups are playing fucking 2K in the background. On God.
me to upload everything, which I will gladly do, because you know I was kind of busy on account of getting haunted and people getting stabbed in front of me and a missing
12
girlfriend.
days ago. You've been busy for 12 days.
Shut the fuck up. Getting haunted and people getting stabbed in front of me and a missing
12
girlfriend.
days ago. You've been busy for 12 days.
Shut the fuck up.
No, you're not gonna address.
Yes,
that.
I have been
You're
busy
not
for.
absolutely
Hold on a
not
second.
going
I
to
have been
address it
busy
like
for
that.
10 days. Have you?
12 days.
Have you been? Sorry, 12. Have you been busy for 12 days doing anything specific, like looking for a sergeant that's missing? No. Okay,
Oh,
didn't think
no,
so.
I've been busy for 12 days posting up the People v. Key and Mercer in which you're a defendant facing one-time
And look how much evidence is missing.
accessory to murder of a government employee, one-time
Good
accessory to attempted
fucking
murder of a government
luck with
employee,
that.
and
Yes! Yes!
Congratulations, Bloom. You've been indicted in murder charges against a deputy.
Cool.
So why don't we focus on the murder charges instead of going after an RPG?
I'm sure they'll stick, and I'm sure you have just a fantastic case. I'm not worried at all about any criminal charges here today, as I've expressed to both Fred and Wrangler.
Pending these charges. That's up for those two over there.
You literally, this entire fucking interrogation hasn't even touched onto the fucking murder charges yet. It hasn't even
Thank
related
you,
to the fucking
Gil.
thing. It was
Sorry,
like,
I wasn't addressing you.
How unprofessional. Holy shit. How unfucking professional can you fucking be to someone's lawyer What do you mean you're not addressing them? That is someone's fucking lawyer? Okay? That is somebody's lawyer who's representing them, and you're not talking to them? Yes, you are. You talk to the lawyer and their client because that's how it works. I thought somebody who runs a law class would know that.
This entire fucking interrogation hasn't even touched onto the fucking murder charges yet. It hasn't even related to the fucking day. It was
Sorry,
like,
I wasn't addressing you.
I'm his lawyer, so I'm addressing you, you stupid cunt. So this is how it goes. So you can either go on our time here, or we can just fucking leave.
Okay, that's where we're going with this. All right, cool.
Come on, Gil.
I don't give a
I'll
fuck at
see
this
you
point.
in
If he's
fucking
gonna,
court, you fucking idiot.
okay, get the fuck out of
Good
it.
luck.
Tony, do you have any further questions?
I'm staying here. This is my fucking interrogation.
Flop.
You're on my time. I will sit right here.
I'm glad you changed your mind so quickly.
Right?
That little laugh. Oh, fuck, Kiki. Holy shit.
You think you won that? Okay, okay. Let's carry on with the questions.
I love you.
As
Holy
I said, I'm
shit.
getting more of the mindset just to walk out of this fucking room.
Bloom.
I'm 1 foot out the door already, so you better
I
make
get it.
these questions really fucking good.
Bloom, I don't know what else I can ask you that you're not going to come up with a story. I am so disappointed in you.
A story. Listen to what he's saying. They just think the whole thing is a story and he's making it up.
Bloom. How could you do this? You have to live with the fact that you helped get a cop murdered.
I hardly use it anyway,
How
you
could
stupid
you
cunt.
do this?
Double sound! What a Chad! He doubled down!
Yep. I never helped Kian with anything. Sis didn't do shit. I didn't do shit. If you actually think these charges are gonna hold up in court, and Demi definitely does.
You have to live with that.
Okay. Something tells me I will be fine living with it because I didn't do anything. I did not get Ezra Funkhauser killed.
Come on, Bloom.
Holy shit! Oh my god. What the actual fuck? Oh my god. Wow. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. We have been going through these tapes for 4 hours. Oh my god. It's been pretty consistent as well. And I haven't even like sat there or like wrote any of this down. Oh, it's been 4 hours. My favorite quote is still psychopath to psychopath. Oh god, I want to kill him too. Holy shit. I think that was probably my favorite quote. Psychopath to psychopath. What a fucking quote. There was a lot gained. Holy shit. No, I'm not gonna play during the meeting. Fuck no. Why would I do that? No, that's not Pon's thing. No, Pon's thing is more about being kind of snarky in the moment. If Demi ever says anything, she'll be like, yeah, psychopath to psychopath. Oh, fuck. Pon's more about snarky comments than, like, actually putting anything out there. Dismissing someone's lawyer during questioning, constantly calling it interrogation, there's no charges. I would just say it was very unprofessional for her as a cop. I wouldn't say it's a bar complaint. Oh, just like, why, like, being hostile towards someone you're questioning, especially someone who has, like, I think Demi got confused that Bloom could just walk out of that room at any time. He wasn't under arrest. He could just walk out at any time. And I felt like she thought she could badger him and be rude to him to try and be that bad cop. Not realizing that he could just walk out because he wasn't under any kind of arrest or anything. Because, like, with a normal criminal, you would be able to hold them there and, like, kind of, you know, really go at them and it wouldn't be as bad thing. Because they're already arrested. But that wasn't the case. There was way too many cooks in that kitchen. And they basically just went over the same story 18 times. Which was crazy to me. Wow. Does Grayson have to watch these interrogations before the case? No, it's more like if we point to evidence, he might take time to review evidence. So if they're pointed to, then he might be like, hey, you know, we can be like, look, judge, we need you to review this evidence. And he would have to then go away and watch it. I could see this becoming a delayed, like, sentencing. I could see him probably going like, hey, this is going to end up on the docket, for the sentencing. Or, like, you know, the verdict, sorry, not sentencing. I can see it being a delayed verdict. And then sentencing afterwards. If it's even allowed through. I can see them maybe doing verdict on the docket and then sentencing, like, in a courtroom. If that makes sense. I don't know what I just watched. I'm like in a little bit of shock. I mean, my favorite quote, where is it? Oh god, I need it. My favorite quote.
Not only that, they get to continue doing it to like other people, and then they can keep doing it to you without any repercussions. You know, like that's the thing, right? Is like it's not just you at this point. It's like, who else have they done this to? If they're being so like fucking blatant about it,
I think he's gold pairing.
that's fucked up. That's how I personally see it. But also, like, psychopath to psychopath, like,
yes,
I also want to fuck this person up. But I can't take them up to Mount Chiliad and cut their eyeballs out with a melon
if you
baller.
ever want to, though.
No,
I
but I'm
mean,
saying, like, I would love to. Like,
Why
but
go
the
to
way I deal
Chiliad?
with that, I like the torture room up there.
It's boring. Everybody
yeah, that's
uses
where I
it.
left Lilith. It was great.
Everybody uses it.
seen
It's
it.
boring.
I
I
know,
only
but
did it
everyone
because I
also
figured she
uses my
couldn't stumble
basement.
down the mountain while blind. So
Everyone uses my basement. It's
yeah, I've
you
done
know,
that
I'm
one
kinda-
too. That one's a little boring.
Yeah, see,
nowadays,
and I
but-
live upstairs and I have to hear it anyway, though. Like, I
Yeah.
want my personal vengeance too, and I would really like your help with that because I don't know. I like doing that kind of shit, but obviously, you know, it's my job. I'm not gonna go to those lengths. but I will verbally eviscerate someone in a court of law with my dad because we, that's how we bond.
That's our dad, sis.
You guys are such normie psychopaths.
That is a quote from the Lizzie interrogation. That is on the doc. That's in evidence. That is in evidence, ladies and gentlemen. That is in the evidence. Oh, we did. Oh, we did. Oh, we did. Does she say anything else? I don't think so.
Trust me, I would go off the rails if I fucking could, but
Oh yeah, she says I would go off the rails if I didn't have a badge.
Me psychopaths.
That's what she says. Here.
Normies.
Trust me, I would go off the rails if I fucking could, but badge, and I actually respect that, and I don't double dip.
Can I borrow your
It's at 7 p.m. EST. You have time to go fishing? It's at 7 EST. Fuck me. Have fun fishing. Wow. Bang a neighbor while you're at it. Jesus, Molly. Don't get COVID from the neighbors again. You can't talk, Viper. You literally have COVID right now. We're waiting in Cuba, wait. He wishes he got it from his neighbor. The case is tonight? Yes! It's literally tonight. What, are you gonna call me Ali? The case is literally tonight. Oh, goodness. Oh. Did you say anything else in this? I can't remember if she does.
No.
I'll be
My
perfectly
badge.
honest.
It has my name on it.
No one's gonna.
That was it. Oh, it was my favorite quote though. Psychopath to psychopath. I would if I didn't have a badge. Did Keen get questioned? No. No. No, he fucking didn't. I'm pretty sure there's like 3 tapes missing from the docket, but here we are. Yeah, Kian just, like, Rod was literally ID'd on scene. Didn't talk to him. Didn't talk to Kian. If they did talk to Sis, it's not in evidence. If they talked to Patty, it's not in evidence. If they talked to anyone else, it's not in evidence, or it didn't happen. They could have corroborated Bloom's story with, like, Winston, Patty, Juno, Dan, fucking a bunch of other people. But they didn't. Yeah, Kian's the star of the show here, but basically got sidelined and Bloom got made the star of the show. That's what happened. They were 2 hours late to post on the docket, yeah. They were. Bloom main tanking. The corporate Uga story will ruin the narrative. Yeah, they already had their mind made up. It's really clear. They thought they have the truth wholeheartedly. They went with it and were like, fuck it. Does that count as a Brady violation if they choose not to integrate to avoid having something positive with Loom? Yeah. Is that not wait, that's pretty much what it is. But I don't know that they interrogated anyone. Like I don't know like in character that if they talked to Sis or anyone like that. I don't know that. 48 hours isn't a lot of time to go over all this, but they put 22 hours left. Yes. Yes, they did. They fumbled the bag with Kian. It kind of makes the Bloom case null, though. Depends on what happens with Sis as well. Like, I don't know. It's just crazy. Crazy to me. This is going to be one hell of a court case. How many laps have we ran? I don't think they're going to be able to run laps because it will be asked and answered and shit like that. So I don't think, just plead the fifth. I think it's more fun to be hostile, to be honest. You could just plead the fifth, but I think it'd be way more fun to be a hostile witness. Just to be a shithead. Just to be a fucking shithead. It'd be way more fun. You could just plead the fifth to get out of it, yeah. I don't recall. That's the best fucking thing ever to say. I don't recall. I was gonna stand just to answer where he was. Yeah, literally. There's honestly, I feel like there'd be some kind of things that he could do with answering, but at the same time, it might not be worth to give them any ammo at all. So it does depend on like what you want to do.